Yep, you're all typing microphone right now, aren't you? Chat's about to explode. Muted, sound. Hi, Johnny time. Hi, muted, sound, muted. Thank you all for letting me know. Hi, welcome to another painting stream here on youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. I am Johnny Chiodini. It feels like 100 million years since we've done one of these, which is probably why I forgot to unmute my microphone. But I'll tell you what we're going to be doing over the next 4 hours very shortly. But first, I just want to give a shout out to Nevermore, whose CT scan came back, and they don't have a tumour. So hearty congratulations to Nevermore for that. That is excellent. Dan Callagher says, always feel sad for streamers when they start muted. It is, it's like falling over at the start line of a race. Like, it really is, if I'm perfectly honest with you. Koshtube Chowan says, hey Johnny, we could not hear you before, but now we do. Thank you very much. Yes, whoopsie, but hey ho. Right. What are we doing today? That's such a good question. I mean, you've already seen that the plan is to get some Blood Bowl Dwarves match fit. Let me show you exactly what we are talking about. Specifically, we're talking about this lovely band. Come on, focus. I've got autofocus on. What a brave new world we live in. We've got basically my Blood Bowl team, which is Kharadron Overlords smashed into the Dwarf Giants and painted up in Rebel Alliance colours. I was meant to already be playing my league matches, but I missed Blood Bowl last weekend. But this weekend I'm playing my first ever matches in the league I'm a part of, and I want to get them ready, which is to say, I went on a little site and bought these little things, which are little plates for the bases, so that people can look at what, come on, don't focus on my beard, I know it's nice, they can see what pieces are where, which I think is quite polite, really. So I want to paint these up in kind of the same cream as the armor and stick those on, but that's not going to take the whole day. So after that, from the same shop, which I think was like KPI Miniatures or something, or KPL Miniatures, I have some trophies which I'm going to start painting up. Come on, autofocus. Come on, there we go. Ding, ding, ding. So these like lovely, detailed little miniatures. A lot of them are stone, so I'm going to try... Why on earth is the bottom of that base damp? Did I stand it in some glue earlier by mistake? That's vaguely troubling. Are you melting? Little resin base? It's probably fine. But anyway, I've got these trophies. They are quite stone based, so I'm going to be sort of painting those up and trying a couple of different stone recipes, because I was kind of chatting on the Discord, Johnny Kia Discord today, and we were talking about stone recipes, because I'm not that good with them. I do sort of Storm Vermin Fur, Null Noil, Sod It, that'll do. So I want to try and get a bit better at doing that. But before then, what I need to do is, number one, introduce you to the dwarf team. But number two, I need to do around the bases, this needs to be a uniform colour. So we're starting off. It's going to be the most high octane stream you've possibly ever seen on YouTube, let alone on this channel. I'm going to paint some dryad bark around the bases of these miniatures. Whoop whoop. I saw somebody say how are the axes legal? How Revolver Rock says, how are axes allowed? They aren't. And technically they shouldn't really even be on the model, but I only had so many dwarf bits, and I figure the Kharadron Overlords, they play dirty anyway because they're dwarves. I want to foul everybody because I'm good at tackling. So I thought, sod it, I'll keep some axes. Yeah, for those of you who have noticed, yes, I do have a new tattoo on the back of my hand. It is this. It is a green man. There you go. It is so itchy I want to cut my hand off. But at least I can use my hand again, for the most part. Still need to be sort of ginger with it. In fact, getting the little finger out like that is kind of a bit of an uncomfortable stretch, so I'm just going to not do that today. But how are you all doing, chat? Hello, hello. There are 221 of you watching right now. What are you working on? What are you crafting? I've seen some bits. I've seen that Ronnie's working on a mangler squig, and thus they are covered in super glue, but also they don't have any exams left to revise for, so congrats, Ronnie. Oh, thank you for saying nice things about the tattoo. It's done by an artist called Harry Robbins, who runs a private studio called Carbon, which is in Brighton. Can thoroughly recommend. Harry's done a bunch of my my tattoos. Han Solo Chewbacca asked, did tattooing your knuckles hurt? It was sharp, it wasn't terrible. The worst bit was the side of my palm there. But there we go. Teresa M says, I'm trying my hand at painting minis today. Rudy Gerber says, I'm painting some cats in catacombs. Michael Bertelson says, planning some woodwork since I got some new tools for my birthday on Sunday. Happy birthday for Sunday. Why did I say that like a children's TV presenter? We may never know. Charlie Stack says, currently writing an article about LGBTQ plus people in motorsport. Beautiful tattoo, by the way. Thank you very much. And what an interesting thing to be working on of a Tuesday afternoon. Clem is working on a ghost keel battle suit, and Simon Ragg is coding for work. Will says, I'm working on a web scraper for C discount, and it is boring. There you go. Yeah, sorry that we are painting on a Tuesday, by the way, and not the usual Monday. Only yesterday I was asleep because I got my first COVID vaccine on Sunday. It was Pfizer. My arm isn't too sore, to be honest. That was absolutely fine, but I was very, very sleepy. So I just had a massive nap instead. Oh, I wondered why my eyes hurt. Here we go. That's better. Right. Let's just keep slapping that brown colour on there. This is, some of you who are sort of experienced hobbyists may be shocked and outraged at this, or you may not give a flying fuck, but this is the first time I've ever actually bothered to paint the rim on all of the bases in a thing, be that army or team or whatever. I've never bothered before. It's never been asked. But I want to make this team look as nice as possible, not least because some of my friends who are in the same league have done glorious jobs on their teams. So, here we go, look. It's not perfect, but then neither am I. That's a 1 down. 2, 4, 6, 8. 4, 6, 8, 10. 11 to go. Nick Jeffrey has done a super chat saying, I'm never going to get a tattoo. I have enough issues letting people stab me, brackets including my eyeballs, for medical reasons. Don't need any others. Fair enough, Nick. Yeah, if I'd been stabbed in the eyeballs for medical reasons, I wouldn't fancy tattoos either. Flipping heck. Doc Eyebrow says, not the classic goblin green. Sadly not. I just don't think it would work with the dwarf, colour scheme I've got going on here. God, I really should have done this bit before the stream, huh? Yawn. But it's fine. Oh, Will says 12, surely. Don't you have a death roller to do too? Yeah, I should get the death roller out, actually. We'll get round to that, because I certainly can't afford it for the start of the league. And I do want to kind of just romp through these so I can get on the trophies, because they'll be a bit more fun to paint on stream. Will says, I used to be really afraid of needles, so when I was 16 I went out and got snake bites. They've never really bothered me since. Snake bites meaning like lip rings on either side of the mouth, if anyone is confused. Yeah, that'll about do it. You know, the funny thing is, I was always really afraid of vaccinations, and I hadn't actually had cause to have a vaccination since I got my first tattoo. So I went in, and I was feeling really anxious. I was feeling really nervous, like, oh gosh, I don't know about this. And they, you know, I just sat down and turned away, and they were like, okay, sit back in the chair, just relax. Now relax your arm. No, relax your arm. That's really talked me through it. And then they did it, and I just couldn't stop laughing. It was like, oh, that really isn't anything, actually. Like, I barely even felt it. I felt a little, like, pinch as it went in, and that was it. And then I was just kind of giggling at myself for worrying so much. So that was nice. I can't wait to get my second vaccine. Which, speaking of which, if you are in the in England, certainly, I don't know about Scotland, but if you're over 25, you can get booked in now. So do it. It'll protect you. It'll protect others. It is worth doing. It's completely free. It's very quick, and it's practically painless. So go for it. Thomas Bernson has done a super chat saying, it's only bloody dosh and question time again. I'm stressing out about moving flat in a different country. So any advice to calming general anxiety? We've sort of, I'm going to come back to this one because I've got another super chat to read out. But it isn't a question. So I'll come right back to you, Thomas. Burrito's done a super chat saying, Johnny, love to see you doing better. Congrats on your vaccine, new tat, and finally landing Gimli in Instagram. We got there in the end. Yeah, that was absolutely... God, I was ready to give up, if I'm perfectly honest. For those of you confused, basically there's an Instagram filter that says, what Lord of the Rings character are you? And I did it every single day until it finally became Gimli. It took maybe 2 weeks. It was painful. Right. Thomas Bernson, you're moving not just house, but moving country. First of all, that would make anybody feel nervous. So I hope you're not, beating yourself up for feeling anxious. Because I certainly would be feeling some nerves about that myself. Come on, autofocus. There we go. But I think, obviously, you're going to have long-term nerves about this, and those are all perfectly normal, and hopefully you can resolve them by just taking the process a little bit at a time, You don't have to do everything all at once. You're not teleporting to this new city. But in the moment when sort of anxiety gets bad, there are lots of exercises you can do. We talked about some of these before. One that I've actually found myself using more recently since I first tried it is the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 method, where you list off in your head 5 things you can see, 4 things you can hear, 3 things you can feel, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. So let's all do it together. We've done this before on stream, but you know what? It's a good technique to do whenever. So I can see this little dwarf in front of me. I can see the chat on my screen. I can see the light that is shining in my face, which you get used to after a while. You'd be surprised. I can see a guitar in the corner. I can see a carving done by my grandfather up on the wall over there above the door. 4 things I can hear: the sound of my own voice, the fan that is blowing cold air toward me. Well, it's moving hot air around this room. Sorry if you can hear it, but I'm certainly not going to turn it off. I can hear someone softly plucking a guitar in my ears. I can also hear someone drumming with like those weird little jazz brushes. So that's 4 things I can hear, I think. 3 things I can feel: the glory of a new office chair under my butt. I can feel the brush in my hand. I can feel my bare feet pressing into the rug. What can I smell? The hand cream on my hand. This miniature. One thing I can taste. Mouth. It seems stupid to run through a list like that, but the thing is, it's very hard to panic while you're doing it, because it's a simple task that is really tied into the moment, like where you are and what you're doing right now. So increasingly I've found just stopping and using that to be a really good technique for just like chilling myself out. Valdis Fox says you can smell your bare feet. No, I can't, Valdis Fox. Oh dear. Ronnie says all I can smell is the sweet, sweet smell of superglue. Nick Jeffrey says, Johnny, you have bare feet. Give them back to the bear. You're all terrible. David Story asks, not sure if you've ever answered this before, but have you ever played a game where you liked the engine but hated the theme, table or digital? Congrats on the Vax and Tat. Yeah. Shadow of War, the Middle-earth game. The system's great. The game's dire. I was so angry by the end of reviewing that for Eurogamer. It was a shit heap. So that. I got a super chat from Simon Ragg saying, tip for the office chair appreciation bum dance. Well, thank you kindly. I did not realise I was doing a little bum dance, but it certainly does sound like me, doesn't it? Right. Get in there. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Halfway through these bases. This one is a miniature who isn't actually currently part of the team because I couldn't afford to buy another blocker lineman, but I'm going to do them up anyway because hopefully I'll be able to afford them soon. Or one of my players will die, so we'll see. CookieCat94 says, new office chair gang. Hello, was somebody else blessed with the arrival of an office chair today? Or recently? Okay. Actually, talking of super glue, I can smell it on this model because the arms snapped off earlier and I had to reattach them. We'll put that one to one side because that's not actually listed in the rundown. I'm going to do all these bases, then I'm going to talk you through each of my lovely, lovely dwarves, and then I'm going to do their plates, and then we'll stick them on. It's quite nice to have a project on a stream that isn't just, we're going to paint this, now we're going to paint this, now we're going to paint this. It's kind of a bit of everything. It's a bit of gluing, it's a bit of painting, but some of it's just, you know, simple stuff like the edges on the base, and it kind of feels like we're having an admin week, but that's quite nice. It's kind of like, you know, when you're working at a bar, but actually your shift is doing stock take rather than dealing with drunk people. Okay. Is that one of my runners? Yes, that's one of my runners. Emma Benton is in the chat. Hello, Emma. Ronnie says, I'm sad I'm missing my local league, but I'm hoping to get some friendlies in once I'm home because the Skaven are looking fab. I have a match scheduled, well, it might be tomorrow, it might not, against the Skaven team, and I'm slightly nervous because those movement stats are a lot. The thing about the dwarves is, like, if they get the ball, it's hard to take it off them. But the thing is, if other people get the ball and they can run, I'm stuffed. So Blood Bowl, for anyone wondering, is basically the Warhammer equivalent of American football. It is very, very silly. It relies really heavily on the dice. So sometimes you can pile in and try and tackle somebody and both of you fall over, or just you fall over, you know, or something. It's very easy to make a fool of yourself in this game, but it's also just really exciting and delightful. Matt Willis says, hey Johnny, debuting a new D&D character who's a homebrew class. What's the most bizarre homebrew you've ever encountered? I've never encountered a homebrew, Matt Willis. P.S. Thank you for the super chat. I've never encountered one because my first ever time DMing D&D was just the Lost Mines of Phandelver box. We did 3 sessions of that, and then I was straight into the Oxventure. And I DM'd that for ages. I didn't play a game of D&D until like maybe 2 years later. I've literally never encountered somebody running a homebrew class, either as a DM or a player. It's just never happened to me. So maybe that's the most bizarre thing of all. Corio Malayan has done... Oh dear. Super chat to say, had a rough D&D session on Saturday. My character is feeling pretty hopeless after accidentally setting off a trap and killing a bunch of people. That's rough. That is a rough shake right there. But you know what? It's room for them to grow, isn't it? You know, they can use that as the basis for some personal progression, which I always think is interesting. Even if at the exact moment it happens, you feel dreadful. I've had those moments where it's like, oh, I failed to save X, or this happened because Y, or this got way out of hand, and now I feel bad about it. So, Darth Monk has done a super chat saying, not an office chair, but an office. After 3 years of unemployment, I've been offered an internship that may become full employment. Been a bit hectic with moving, but looking forward to it. Congratulations, Darth Monk. That's amazing news. I sincerely hope it goes well and that it does turn into permanent employment. Either way, it must feel pretty darn good to be getting into that new office. When no one is looking, do an appreciative little bum wiggle if you feel comfortable doing so. Honestly, that is great news. I'm really happy for you. Well done. Josephina Vengerberg has done a super chat. It is a Shiba Inu sticker, and it yells, hiya! And as it yells, yeah, its little tail wiggles like its little butt. So, hiya, wiggle. So, thank you very much for the super sticker, I guess. Oh, dear. I haven't painted in what feels like forever. Because, I mean, obviously I didn't stream at all last week because I had a lot on. But yeah, I haven't painted in ages, and the weather's got considerably hotter since then. And I forgot how sweltering it can be while you're just sort of leaning over a tiny miniature and frowning at it. I've got one base left to do, but I also need to put a little bit of cream on this tattoo, so just give me a sec. Aftercare is important. Ooh. It's at that stage, it was because it was done last Thursday, so it's now sealed. It's not an open wound, but it's also not peeled. So at the minute it's just itchy. Just itches a lot. But hey-ho. Right, one base left to do, then we get to do some fun stuff. I'll introduce you to the full roster, because I'm pretty proud of all of these dwarves, I'm not going to lie. Trey Zen has done a super chat, excuse me. Saying, afternoon all, so glad to have this stream to distract me from the pulled muscle in my back. Gardening really isn't for me, it seems. Goodness me, Trey Zen. I hope whatever you are growing is worth it, because that sounds rubbish. Happy to be of service. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope your back gets better really soon. Danila Dragon has done a super chat saying, I plan to learn to play Blood Bowl. I want to play a necromantic horrors team and paint it in B-movie black and white. That sounds amazing. Yes. Like properly desaturated with lots of sort of mid-tones like greys. Do it. That sounds brilliant. Also, they're a really good team. They hit like a truck. And I believe, or am I thinking of a different undead team? If you have a necromancer, I think if you kill an opposing player, if you kill an opposing player or a player on the opposing manager's team, coach's team, you can bring them back from the dead and just recruit them for free, which is pretty cool. That happened in the league I'm a part of, actually, where one person's beastman died, and now the player with the necromancer has kit bashed an undead beastman to add into their ranks, which is pretty great. I love as Rose Sparkle says, update on first round DMing. The sessions have been going great and everyone feels invested in the world/story. Thanks for all the support and advice. That sounds amazing. I love as Rose Sparkles. I'm glad it's going well. It's amazing once you get into it, isn't it? And everyone gets sort of really invested. Right. Now, we've painted the rims on their bases. I now want to introduce you in order to the dwarves on my team, because, like I say, I'm quite pleased with all of these names. But first, Brandon Walsh has done a super chat saying, mega appreciative for all your content and the community that you've created. My campaign is approaching session 100, and my now favourite BBEG fight impending. Do you have a favourite legendary action? Gosh. You know what? All of the D&D I've played and run has been at quite low level. I've only seen legendary actions a couple of times. And it was when I was running the Avernus campaign for Dicebreaker, and I let them pilot Yeenagu versus Baphomet. I can't remember what the legendary actions were there, but it would have to be one of those, to be honest. But right. Introducing the Barak Skylads Corsairs. This is the first of the Dwarf Blocker linemen. This is Horadin Tumbledown, who is nice. Their number is 1, because they're the first player on my roster. Carrying on with the lineman, this is, come on, Halgrim Steeltoe. So called because I used a Kharadron Arcanaut for the body on this one, and he just looks really static, whereas all the others are a bit more dynamic. He's just there like, ugh, like a lug, and I thought that was just good for like a steel toe type thing. Wow, Dave Longan has done a super chat saying, throwing out a super chat because I've just passed 75 pounds brackets 34 kilograms of weight loss this year, and I'm in a good mood. That is an impressive number. Congratulations, Dave. It sounds like you're doing this as part of like a journey that's sort of being undertaken possibly for medical reasons or just for shits and grins. So well done to you. That is huge. Right, where do we get to? Ah, yes, of course. Who could forget Big Groins Hamilton, the Dwarf Blocker lineman. As you can probably guess, I was giggling a lot when I was coming up with these names. Now, the first of the famed Crunkleditz brothers, this is Henry James Crunkleditz. The Crunkleditz brothers, basically, they have the same surname and they are brothers. This is Henry James Crunkleditz, and this is Wilberforce Crunkleditz. My first ever game, it was an exhibition match. They were just running around the pitch together. One of them would tackle, the other one would try and foul. We got quite a few fouls in. It was pretty good. I was quite pleased with it. So yeah, that's the Crunkleditz brothers. This is a runner, so we're done with the linemen now, who are basically like your standard tackle the people, form a cage, defend the ball kind of people. This is the first runner. This is Gennaro Gattuso. I don't really feel like I need to explain why I've named a dwarf Gennaro Gattuso. The second runner on the team is, I can't read your username because it's in Cyrillic, but somebody has typed, I miss the zombie bear. No, you don't. Honestly. Where did he get to? Oh, yeah, this is Rutgard Thundershanks. So called because he runs fast and it sounds loud. Now we're on to the Dwarf Blitzers. This is... Aidan Folks says, play the sound. Fine. Desktop audio on.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
That was quite loud, wasn't it? But there you go. I hope that made you happy. Yeah, this is Bobson Dugnut, the Dwarf Blitzer. He has a sword on his arm, which isn't strictly legal. But that is nothing compared to Tito Sonderspear, who is another Blitzer and who has an honest-to-goodness Sky Pike. Because, like I say, these are Kharadron Overlords, and they fight dirty. And then finally we have two Troll Slayers. The first of which is called Bogheck Hardhelm. Bogheck has a ball on his helm, hence Bogheck Hardhelm. And then finally, rounding out the roster, This is Sigblad Ironjaw, who was the first model I put together, I think. And they are, yeah, a Troll Slayer. So there we go. That is the whole team. And like I said, I have got nameplates for each of them. So I'm just going to start coating these. I want to do these with the same cream I've done the armour. So I'm going to get a little assembly line here. Going to crack out the Vallejo Pale Sand. Pharaoh WJ says, I miss the sense of camaraderie our shared fear of the zombie bear created. I do not miss the zombie bear itself. That's fair. I haven't managed to get rid of the zombie bear yet. And actually, I don't quite know where it is, which is worrying, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. All right. Ronnie says, what's a spear? The Skaven have a combo of knuckle dusters and straight up shanks. I'm so proud of my rat babies. Oh, the gutter runners with their sort of diggy, stabby punch daggers. Yeah, good point. All right, here we go. What's the price for a starting roster? In-game currency, if you're doing a league, Will, you get 1 million. My team of dwarves came to 970k, I believe, or maybe it was 980k. But that included 2 re-rolls and an assistant coach. So there you go. The Purple Marauder says, put the bear up for auction. I could do, actually. Do it as like a charity thing, or do a charity raffle, maybe. I'll have a look at doing that. Right. Whacking some cream paint on these little things. So I've told myself, and I'm sticking to it actually, I've told myself I'm not buying any new models until I have either finished my to paint pile or seriously diminished it. And so far I'm doing okay, but it does mean that I've been buying things like nameplates for my my Blood Bowl team members. So, yeah. Sorry, one sec. Just need to reply. To a message, and we're back in the room. What? Peter Michigan says, I cannot make this up. My stuff for cider fermentation arrived via courier, and the cider yeast strain is called Ciderini. It is settled. I will call it Johnny's. Goodness me. I had no idea that I was a cider yeast strain. Before, I just had to settle for being a type of mushroom. But, yeah, I'll take that. Ciderini. Cripes. Get everywhere, don't we? The Chiadinis. Butch Masculinity says, I want to see this zombie bear. Do you really? It was in the last painting stream I did, and honestly, we all got quite upset because it turned out to be horrible. I was really pleased with the paint job, but it was awful. I think it's here. Did you hurt yourself? No. Oh, okay. Zombie bear. Oh, great, I found it. Josephina Vengerberg says, oh god, not the zombie bear. I'm afraid so. Everybody, please welcome back to the stream 2020, the zombie bear. Featuring horrible exposed flesh, festive bunting around the neck, lifeless eyes, and clown makeup. Yep, that's a thing, isn't it? There we go. Can't believe some of you are celebrating this. I forgot how awful it was, says Ronnie. I didn't. Will says, remember all of the useful ingredients for well-made cider. Good Dabnett apples, yeast, outsiders, sugar. They called her Babylon, just typed, absolutely not. I just saw somebody say put the zombie bear in the next Dog's Venture. They are, I mean, they are lucky that I don't use miniatures because I could really freak them out. But also, by the same token, I'm lucky we don't use miniatures because I'm not painting 60 skeletons just for one session. Or 30 lads, was it, before the stag god? I just don't understand how people go through entire campaigns of D&D where they paint up everything, you know? Who has the time? Them, apparently. I envy them. Okay. So, we're just doing... Turns out this is quite... Because I did sort of a white coat on the... on these little nameplates. I'm just going to do a rough first coat, and then I'm actually going to stick them on. And then we'll paint the rest on the model, because it'll be easier to hold. Nick Jeffrey has done a super chat say, I name him Cuddles the Zombear. Nick, are you okay? It is not a cuddly bear. You've correctly identified that it's a zombear, but Cuddles? Corio Malayan says, we only paint important or recurring characters. Yeah, fair enough. Valdis Fox says, Johnny, do you feel minis more clearly show when a DM has gone off script because there's nothing prepared? I don't know. I don't necessarily think so. Because it doesn't mean that the DM didn't think of it. It's just that they didn't have a model for it. I guess if it was somebody who had a model for absolutely everything, and suddenly they were fishing around and they had to use a bottle top, then yeah, you'd be able to take that as an indicator that they'd gone off script, but I don't really know. It's, you know, like I say, my experience in playing D&D is actually super, super limited, and I think I have only ever played a game with minis once. No, maybe twice. So I simply don't know enough to have a strong opinion either way. But yeah. Gaming with Geezers says, hi all, hope you're feeling better, Johnny. I am. Thank you very much, Gaming with Geezers. Welcome aboard the stream. Just painting some nameplates so that my Blood Bowl opponents can, they know who's who. Before they get shown what's what, etc., etc. Vaguely threatening pre-game smack talk. And then once I'm done with these, which shouldn't take long to be honest with you, I'm going to paint up some trophies, or at least start them. Because what is a league without prize support? I've already shown you the Sean Bean Big Bag of Cans award for the most deaths suffered in the league, though, right? I must have mentioned this before. I mean, I'm going to have to show it, aren't I? I'll show it in a sec. Hang on. Let me just get a couple more of these done. I'll paint the rest of these plates. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to do, and then I'll show you the Sean Bean Big Bag of Cans award for the most deaths suffered in the league. Which JT Gerda says, yeah, Sean's come up. Emma Benson quite reasonably says, I'm sorry, the what? Yeah, stick with me. I'll show you the Sean Bean Big Bag of Cans award. Basically, I'm not sure if you're aware, there is a picture somebody, like a paparazzo, took of Sean Bean. Basically, just getting out of a car. And he's got a laptop in one hand, but also he's got just a bag of beer cans in his hand. He's got, like, it's a Tesco bag, and he's got, like, what looks like 6 cans of Carling, which is just quite fun because it's a really cheap, horrible pedestrian lager. For anyone not wondering what Carling is, it's fucking awful. But for some reason, we kind of adopted the Sean Bean Big Bag of Cans as, like, the WhatsApp group image for no particularly good reason. And we just sort of, you know, Sean Bean tends to come up a lot, you know, like, he's Boromir, he's Sharp, he's Alec Trevelyan, he's, you know, he's very meme-worthy. So, fuck, I'll just show you now. Hold on. I went on eBay and I discovered that there are companies that make little beer cans for doll houses. They didn't have Carling, but they had PBR. So I got that, and I got a Boromir miniature, and I painted up the Sean Bean Big Bag of Cans award for the most number of deaths suffered in the league. Because I figure if your Blood Bowl players are dying left, right, and centre, you may as well get something for it. And that something may as well be a little Boromir miniature stacked up on some tiny fake beers. So there we go. Revolver Rock says, "Ooh, chair. I know. Isn't it nice? I've been waiting for this for about 5 months." Oh, I'm glad people like the Sean Bean Big Bag of Cans award for the most number of deaths. I'm also quite pleased with that Boromir paint job, I'm not going to lie. I have priors in making nonsense trophies for things. Like, I'm not sure how many of you are going to be aware of the Swedish sort of lawn game called Kub, or Viking chess, as it's sometimes called. It's basically where you throw bits of wood at other bits of wood. It's great. It's really good fun to play in the sun with some friends. And I had 2 birthdays in a row where we just played Kub all day, and I just made an MVP trophy for the person who played the best. The first year I did it, I dug out the green stuff. Basically, I managed to get a trophy of a man ripping his shirt off. So I then made a green stuff like Viking helmet, and basically turned it into a proper Kub trophy. The next year, I got one of like that classic pose of someone running up to kick a ball. I gave them a Viking helmet. I put a stick in their hand because you use sort of batons to play Kub. And I turned the ball into a skull. And that was the next year's trophy. So I like making bad, good trophies, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Holy shit. Good Luck or a Quick Death has done a super chat, a super sticker of a hippo in a yellow t-shirt going, and when they go, they're in an office chair, it spins all the way around. Annoyingly, I do not have the space to spin around. But Good Luck or a Quick Death, if I could, please know that I would fully imitate this wonderful, wonderful super sticker, which I am very grateful for. Thank you very much. Emma Benton says, I want a nonsense trophy. I mean, never say never. I love making them, so they're just fun, and like, there's just a very unique sense of comedy to them, because it's like, wow, look at this. It's like, this is bad. This is an objectively shit trophy, but I also did not expect you to go to the effort of making it, so it's also good. Like, it's a beautiful paradox that someone gets to take home. Burrito has done another super chat to say, this is random, but I have to share with you, per the last Blaze in the Dark, I hope the wonderful mechanical being turns out to be Percy or Mary Shelley in a trench coat. It'd make Prometheus Unbound or Frankenstein an autobiography. That is a deep cut, Burrito, and you know what? I respect it. I really do. Oh, West Coast Weaver says, when I'm done with my work day and get home, I'll spin in my office chair back home for you. Thank you very much. Oh my God. Will says, for a while, Chaos up here was making a trophy for X-Wing that was a cheap karate trophy of a child doing a high kick into an exploding X-Wing. That sounds incredible. And good Lord, if there are photos of that, I want to see them, because that just sounds beautiful and very much up my street, actually, that kind of thing. Maybe we should just have like a shit trophy making stream. Summer's coming up. There are going to be Kub tournaments. I mean, oh no, I've accidentally bought nice trophies. These are like resin prints from an independent store. Could I make them shit? Could I cobble together a shit trophy? Probably. Never say never. Let's just crack on and then see how far we get. Oh dear. I'm not sure if it's the trophies I'm most proud of or the time I turned up to a house party dressed as the Bishop of Gloucester. I feel like if I have any trademark moments, those are those. I'll tell the Bishop of Gloucester story again someday, I promise. It's a good one for like around the fire, the steaming hot mug of ale. Ben Robinette says, sorry, I'm a bit behind. I've actually played Kub. What would you say is the best way to throw? I usually go with the old Tomahawk. We play underarm only. As far as I'm aware, you can't throw Tomahawk. Interesting. Ooh, Josephina Vengerberg says, shit trophies for the champions. I fear that would take too long and also be incredibly expensive to send out. I mean, I'm just spitballing now, but my God, what if, you know, when physical events become a thing, what if we ran a shit trophy making competition, not competition, workshop, where people turn up and there's just a jumble of assorted shit and everyone just grabs some stuff and they make their own trophy for something they've got coming up. You know, just spreading really well made but really well made but of a very terrible quality stuff, you know? Simon Rag has done a super chat of a lemon that is kind of turned. They're actually in a pretty good approximation of front stance from karate, but they're facing forward and then they turn around and go like bing, and there's a little like swing that comes off their saluting hand, like it's been added in post. Ooh, Mrs. G says Mr. G just got a 3D printer and decided to print a Sea of Thieves skull to test it out. It looked amazing. That is cool. 3D printers are cool. I'm pleased to say that I don't really have any desire to own one, which is nice because it saved me a lot of money. And normally I'm very impressionable, but Mancoy has done a super chat saying, I cannot believe I missed the first 45 minutes of this because I was so absorbed making Oxventure minis in Hero Forge. I forgot what time it was. Gotta love random ADHD hyperfocus. Welcome aboard, Mancoy. You've not missed loads. Oh my god. Apparently the shit trophy is in Discord for anyone asking. I need to see this. Oh wow! Oh, that's incredible. That's so much better than I thought it was going to be, and yet also worse. I just love shit trophies. Thea Cochran says, I think the best way to access a 3D printer might be having a friend who has one. This can confirm. Although actually he didn't actually print it for me in the end, but I asked a friend of mine if he could print something for me. Oh, that's true. Mancoy, you missed the resurgence of 2020 The Bear. So, if anything, be glad. Be glad you're 45 minutes. You're not 45 minutes late. You're 45 minutes into the stream, which is when you turned up. There is no such thing as late on these streams. Because I hate the idea that people feel like they ought to apologise if they're late. Yeah, don't. Right, so we're going to start gluing these plates on. And then once they're done, we're going to shade them and then highlight them and then yada, yada, yada. This should be quite a quick job, he says. All right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Time to crack open the super glue. Which is a good that I have a fan on, because super glue is nasty stuff and you should always use it in a well ventilated area. So says I. Just going to hold that on there. Oh, wow. Mr. Mutters has done an enormous super chat saying, just wanted to say thank you for 5 years of quality entertainment. My D&D group has just started painting miniatures for use in our game, and it's given me a lovely excuse to paint that adult red dragon that's been collecting dust. I'm sure my players will be thrilled. I'm sure they'll be delighted to see the paint job, even if they're not delighted about what that means for their own characters. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's really, truly generous. I really appreciate it. And I'm very glad that you've been sticking around for 5 years and you're not bored of me. That feels pretty good. CookieCat94 has done a super chat to say they are simply 45 minutes early for the rest of the stream. Exactly. Right, so. Come on. That's what it looks like now. Obviously, I'm going to shade it so that it doesn't say block it, man. But I think those actually look quite nice. And oh, wow, I super glued it to my hand. I think it really will help my opponents because I don't want them to constantly be thinking like, oh god, but what is that I'm coming up on? So, what can I say? I'm nice like that. So, who have we got next? We've done Horridin Tumbledown, so it's time for Halgrim Steel Toe. go. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat much, but gluing is my nemesis. The Purple Marauder has done a super chat. What does it say? Let's find out. Oh, Christ. Ooh. Shit, I hate gluing things. Purple Marauder says in a super chat, have to ask again, did you melt the offending D20 from the second game of the Apocalypse? Hi. I didn't melt the offending D20 from the second game of the Apocalypse without spoiling anything. It turned up, actually. Bloody well found it, which is nice. Right. So here we go. Blocker lineman number 2, Halgrim Steel Toe. Done. Or as done as it will be for this point. So here comes Big Groins Hamilton. Oh dear. Can you tell I think I'm a lot funnier than I actually am? Okay, here we go. Glue, glue, glue. There we go. Kind of put it like that. Because obviously you could have the front be that, but I actually quite like that it's like, no, you look my blocker lineman in the face. That's Big Groins Hamilton, that is. You show him some respect, or we'll set the Crunkledits brothers after you. Speaking of which, here's Henry James Crunkledits. Why on earth do you watch me? Just listen, I'm just gibbering to myself. Emma Benson says, excuse me, did you just say Big Groin Hamilton? I did not. I said groins. Groynes. They are the things that are sort of built up along beaches to preserve them as kind of like wave breakers, to kind of keep the sand from buckering off. They're called groins. You'll see signs sometimes saying keep off the groins, and there's just something inherently funny about that. So Big Groins Hamilton. James Pabis says, where did you get the nameplates? I will look for you in just 1 second and remind myself. James Evans has done a super chat saying, hi Johnny, Oxventure Lake District map going well, but there's a super rich area called Supreme Tour run by Duke del Juan Percento, a bit too on the nose. Oh, Duke of the 1%. Ah, you do you. Like, it's, you know, it's a homebrew. Like, I'm not going to tell you no. Fill your boots. Right, blocker lineman. Oh dear, that's a bit off centre. You know what, it's fine. The Crunkledits brothers, they're complicated human beings. So that's Henry James Crunkledits. Now we're moving on to Wilberforce Crunkledits, but first I will find where I got these. Is it this lot? Yes. It was KL Printing Emporium. I'll pop a link in the chat. Not affiliated, but they just make good things. So I bought them. Need another blocker lineman. Blocker lineman. There we go. All right, Wilberforce Crunkledits. Just loves to foul, so he does. Although he's only got a strength of 3. It's the thing about the dwarves. You'd think they'd be absolutely mullering everyone. And they can, but really they're just better at getting up again after being hit. If you really want to do damage, you've got to kind of surround your enemies. There we go. Wilberforce Crunkledits, the blocker lineman. Ready to serve Barrack Skylad. Alright. Now we're on to the runners. This, everybody, is Gennaro Gattuso, as I mentioned before. There he is. I was having so much fun naming all of these. I didn't think that I might be reading them out to hundreds of people on the internet someday. And yet here we are. Oh shit. Come on. On it goes. Is that going to be alright? Yeah. Alright. Gennaro Gattuso. The runner. Now, let's see. Troll Slayer, runner. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's okay. It's all right. Here's our second runner, which of course is Rutgard Thundershanks. Runner. Thunder Cookie says, a student of the We're Surrounded. Great, now we can attack them in any direction. School of Strategizing. Never heard it that way. I do quite enjoy saying, we're surrounded, those poor bastards. But yeah. Skills Loading has done a super chat saying, missing a lot of live streams. Missing a lot of live streams. Now I'm back at work. Now I can have this on in the background during D&D prep. Very nice not to be in VOD land. Hello, welcome back from VODland, Skills Loading, and thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. There we go. Right. So that's old Rutgard Thundershanks. Now I'm going to move on to Bobson Dugnut. The first of our 2 blitzers. There's the spare blocker lineman. Good. Amy Owen has done a super chat saying, these names are incredible and I'm in love. My friends hate me for naming NPCs things like Teabag or Bookshelf Jones. It's what I deserve. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for the super chat and for those incredible names. Bookshelf Jones? I bloody love it. Half tempted to steal it for the dwarf that I haven't yet named. Would that be all right, Amy? Can I call this dwarf Bookshelf Jones? Bade has done a super chat saying, did you know that a piece of apple pie is $2.50 in Tortuga, but only $2.30 in Kingston? Those are the pie rates of the Caribbean. The super chat ends, I am not sorry, nor should you be, Bade. That is an incredible, incredible super chat. Oh, the Castaway DC says, good news, I start my new job next week. Congratulations, Castaway. I hope you have a lovely first day. Amy Owen says, oh my god, of course, I can't wait to meet him. Amy, thank you so much. I'm going to introduce you to Bookshelf Jones right now. Bookshelf Jones. I'm going to write it down in the doc we have on the league so that I don't forget it. Bookshelf Jones. Brilliant. Cody Wilson. There are some fabulous new super stickers on YouTube. It's a hippo munching a 1-up symbol, and it's just going like gonk, 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 with 2 massive front teeth. Thank you so much, Cody, for making me impersonate a chomping hippo. Lionel L has done a super chat saying, Bookshelf Jones, call such because they're built like a brick bookshelf. Take a lap, Michael. Lionel. That's amazing. Michael Berthelsen has done a super chat saying, thank you for the birthday greeting, Johnny. Could we do another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for Laura B to support her math studying? Absolutely. Let's do that right now. I've never had anyone request that we do an anti-anxiety thing, but I'm all for it. Right, here we go. All right, just before then, Clem has done a super sticker saying it's a sheep in like traditional robes with a paintbrush, writing number 1, like no, number 1. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Right, here we go. So for Laura B to support her math studying, we're going to do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So 5 things I can see. I can see Bookshelf Jones, the dwarf blocker lineman. I can see the kitchen towel that I have down here for my that I wipe my brushes on. I can see that my thumbnail has quite a lot of cream paint on it. That's 3. What else can I see? I can see this pen holder that is on my desk. Annoyingly, it's free of pens right now, but you may recognise this person as Julius Caesar, and then, of course, in the back, that's where all of the pens go. 4, I can see Nox Ventures Guild dice bag. Is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's 5. 4 things I can hear. I can still hear the electric fan going off. I think I just heard the dog going past. She is panting. I can hear somebody singing in my ear. They are accompanied solely by a guitar. And I can hear my fingers drumming on this super glue bottle. What can I feel? I can feel the sort of the weave of the shorts I'm wearing. Yeah, I'm wearing shorts, even though I hate them. I can feel the incredible itch in my knuckles as this tattoo slowly heals. And I can still feel this incredible new office chair under my butt. Two things I can smell. Super glue. And my deodorant, which is actually quite nice. One thing I can taste. It's still just mouth, I'm afraid. I think that's why they lowball the mouth one. But Laura, I really hope that helps. Emma Benson's done a super chat saying, the sound from a musician on stage bounces off the auditorium walls to surround the audience. The sound from a pigeon on a stage does not do this. The reason is acoustics. I'm so glad we met, Emma. I'm so glad you're in my life. Thank you for your super chat. Peter Michigan has done a super chat to say, just to make it clear, the cider will be called Johnny's. You are not yeast. You are a wonderful human being. Sorry if that sounded weird. No, not at all. Do not worry. Thank you for naming a cider after me. I hope it is delicious. Oh, gosh. That plate needs adjusting, doesn't it? All right. Bookshelf Jones has a nameplate. Currently doesn't have a place in the roster because I literally cannot afford Bookshelf Jones. But one day, Bookshelf Jones is going to take to the Astrogranite and help the Barracks Skylad Corsairs achieve glory. Right. This is our second Blitzer. Here we go. Just going to glue that on. I'm glad people like the pen holder. Oh, people aren't quite so sure about Emma's pun. About acoustics. Didn't they used to say that a duck's quack wouldn't echo? Like, I remember that being like just a common myth, which is very easily debunked, that a duck, when it quacks, does not echo. It does, turns out. I believe, if anyone remembers the science program, science in large inverted commas, Brainiac, they took a duck to St. Paul's Cathedral in London. And they got it to quack. And you know what? It bloody echoed. Right, we're just onto the Troll Slayers. So this is Bogheck Hardhelm. And then Knife Cat, take a bow. Knife Cat says, one day you'll take Bookshelf Jones off the shelf. Incredible. Not sure if anyone noticed, actually, but Bobson Dugnut is one of the names that was in that Japanese baseball game where they had to generate names for the Americans. Bobson Dugnut was one of them. And it will never not be funny to me. Whoa, you're not a blocker lineman. Shit. You're a Troll Slayer. Where's your thing? What have I done? Oh, shit. No. Bookshelf Jones, no. You're not a Troll Slayer. How did I do this? Sketchy AF. Okay, that could have been worse. Piss. Bookshelf Jones, you naughty little blocker lineman. Are you okay, Johnny? Not really, no. Amy Owen says Bobson Ducknut was my father's name. Ow, 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 ow. Theo Cochran says, I'm not sure why you'd have to take a duck anywhere. Ducks echo where they are. Have you been to St. Paul's Cathedral? It's very impressive. And I think if a duck wants to go there and quack, it should be allowed to. Okay. Blocker lineman. Fucking hell. Blocker lineman. There we go. Bookshelf Jones. The blocker lineman. Phew. All right. It's slightly banged up, but... Christ. Maybe we should just stick that down. Let's just stick that down. It'll be fine. Now we're going to do Bogheck Hardhelm, the Troll Slayer. And then we've just got to do Sigblad Ironjaw. And we'll have done all of the nameplates stuck on. We'll just shade them. Nearly dropped it. And then everything will be right with the world, and we can start doing trophies. Amy Owen says, petition to fill the cathedral with ducks. Yeah, I'm with you. As long as they get in free, because it is surprisingly expensive to go to St. Paul's Cathedral. Really nice architecture. Frankly, an architectural marvel. Thanks a lot to Christopher Wren. Hope you're having a great time up there. But Spenny to get in there. Here we go. Simon Ragg has done a super chat saying, my boss yelled at me the other day, you've got to be the worst train driver in history. How many trains did you derail last year? And I said, I can't say for sure. It's so hard to keep track. Thank you, Simon. That was a lovely super chat. And an acceptable joke. Nick Jeffrey has done a super chat saying, the quality of pigeon-related puns dove. Or dove, I suppose. I'm going to mess up this name. Anne Kellach Ferger says, why is it expensive to go to a church? It just is. Like, St. Paul's is a real tourist attraction. And you can spend a couple of hours in there just wandering around. So while it is used as a place of worship, if you want to go solely as a tourist and have a look around, then they make you pay. So... West Coast Weaver says, petition to start Kickstarter, forget all ducks to St. Paul's Cathedral. I'm in, you've got my signature. CookieCat94 has done a super chat saying, I can't take my dog to the park as all the ducks keep chasing him. Oh, for fuck. But it's my fault for getting a purebred. I believed you for a second there, CookieCat94. Honestly. We all deserve each other, don't we? Ray says, all these puns, my gods, I know. Rudy Gerber says, so it's pay and pray? Very good. Very good. Big fan of that one. Oh, shit. Oh, don't glue yourself to yourself, Johnny. Anyone who says they've never superglued themselves to themselves in the hobby is lying. Speaking of. Fuck. I hope you're all having fun crafting, by the way, because this one's not been much to look at, has it? Right, there we go. Finally, the Sigblad Ironjaw. There. Nameplate glued on. You know what? My plan was to shade those and to keep working on them. But I want that super glue to cure properly, so I'm going to leave them alone for a while. But also, I just want to start painting those trophies, so why not? Corio Malayam has done a super chat saying, I had to... Oh, I don't think this is a joke. Just had to reattach the pauldron on one of the 1,000 suns I've been putting together. Not sure how I had it sitting so poorly. It didn't attach. Pauldrons are surprisingly difficult to glue. Like, given how obvious they are and where they should go. I've done that a bunch of times. Honestly. Oh yeah, CookieCat94 says, keep nail polish remover on the desk. It will save your skin. Yeah. I should... I've got quite a lot on my fingertips here, but it'll be fine. We'll have a break in a bit, and I'll go sort out my hands then. Roswald Walton, excuse me, just very casually says, one of my best friends superglued his face to a table. No further details, just casually mentioning. Oswald says, one of my best friends superglued his face to a table. There we go. Right, let's start off on this little trophy here, which is a ball attached to a severed hand. And the ball is kind of smashing into these paving slabs here. So we're actually going to do two different types of stone. I want this to kind of be sort of like a light grey. And then this one, we might do something sort of sandstony. Let's see how we go anyway. Because like I say... I was talking to people on the old Johnny Keir Discord earlier today, and they had plenty of good recipes for stone, but a lot of them I did not have the requisite paints, so I'm going to kind of busk this one, but I've got some ideas. I'm just going to get a few of these out. What's this? Screaming Skull? It's white. Brown. Carrick Stone. Yes. Cool. All right. How far are we in? 1 hour and 9 minutes, and they've finally started doing something vaguely approximating painting. They also very narrowly misgendered themselves then, didn't they? Still getting used to that, if I'm perfectly honest with you. Oh, Thundercookie says that's a trophy for best defense player, right? Oh, I guess it is. I think we're going to try and just make up our own categories for them. Although, from the set that I bought from KPL, the wooden spoon one is fairly unambiguous, isn't it? Come on, autofocus. Ugh. Trezen says in a super chat, weirdly, the reason it's so easy to glue skin to skin is that's what superglue was originally designed for. It was originally a quick means of sealing battlefield wounds when stitches weren't available. I did know that, actually. I learned that from seminal documentary Dog Soldiers, directed by Neil Marshall, which is one of my favourite films of all time. There isn't a Dog Soldiers video game, so could we do a double bill for it? Probably not. Or am I going to get everyone to watch it anyway? Probably. All right. What are these? These meant to be books? Or are these stones? Stones. It's stones. It's stones. Don't even worry about it. Face painting. Will says Dog Soldiers double bill. Watch Dog Soldiers, then watch Dog Soldiers again. I would. I honestly, honest to God, I would. But I think I'd drink too much. It's just a great fun film to watch over a couple of tins with some friends. Copper Sock says, as someone who's been out for 5 years now, I still occasionally misgender myself accidentally. You will get there eventually, though. Thank you. It's been very odd because a lot of the time I refer to myself as me because that's who I am to me. I'm me. But then sometimes, obviously, when people are like, oh, there he goes, or like, etc., stuff like that. It's kind of every time I've done that, I've been doing a bit. So it actually, if anything, kind of feels natural to be like, there he goes again, or hasn't he done well, or whatever. But because I'm just so used to making stupid jokes like that, haven't they done well? Is coming slowly to my vocabulary, but it's it's fine. Still lots of bits I'm working out, so I can forgive myself for that, I think. Emma Benton, you're in for such a good time. Emma says, what is Dog Soldiers? Dog Soldiers, Emma, is a film directed by Neil Marshall, who went on to do lots of other things, including The Descent, and more recently, help me out, somebody who knows about Neil Marshall's filmography. Neil just did something pretty big. I think it might have been a Marvel Cinematic Universe, probably wasn't. But Dog Soldiers is a film. It's got a surprisingly good cast. It's got Kevin McKidd in it, being excellent. Kevin McKidd, you may remember as the voice of Soap McTavish from Call of Duty Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2, and also as Lucius Vorenus from HBO's season Rome. It's got Liam Cunningham, who you may remember as the Knight of Onions from Game of Thrones. It's got Sean Bloody Pertwee in it. It's Hellboy. Thank you. Yes, Neil Marshall directed Hellboy. Thank you. Well, I knew you'd have my back. And basically, it is just like the first time you watch it, it's like, this is a dumb B movie. But then, either while you're watching it or on the second watch, or whatever, you're like, no, this is just great. It's well written. It's well directed. It is basically just like a bunch of British Army squaddies go on a training exercise, and they're all grumpy because England's playing Germany at the footy, and it's born that we're missing it when they get attacked by werewolves, basically. And then it's a desperate fight to survive in in Scotland, where they definitely filmed it. Not in a wood near Luxembourg. No, it's Scotland. Scotland as they come. It's incredible, and there are some brilliant lines in there, and it's just, I love it. I unironically watch it like at least once a year. Sorry, slapping my hand because it itches, and you can't scratch a new tattoo. Emma says, this sounds great. Honestly, Emma, you won't regret it if you just sit down and just have a good watch. It's absolutely incredible. They, I believe it's getting a 4K re-release this year. About which I'm very, very excited because A, honestly, unironically, one of my favourite films ever. And B, they wear a patch on their arms. This squad, Sean Pertwee's lads, and it is. I think it's like a wolf with a knife through its head. You know, so appropriate, etc., etc. I've always wondered if I might like to get it as a tattoo. I feel conflicted about it because army insignia, like, that's not me. But dog soldiers, that is me. That's a bit of me. So I'm kind of in two minds about it. I've never been able to make it out properly. So with a 4K re-release, I guess I'll have a look and see if I want it permanently etched into my skin. But then I've got things like a crow sat on a piece of pizza tattooed on me. So, like, I'm not going to say all of my tattoos have an incredibly deep and serious meaning behind them. So maybe just dog soldiers tattoo. Revolver Rock says, surely it would be cheaper to film in Scotland than Luxembourg. I think they got funding to go and film it there, basically. So, yes, I think it actually was cheaper to film it there. Basically got invited to come film it. Just to make it look like a really great place to go and die. I don't really understand, but that's why I'm not in the film industry, hey. HC Bird says, Pizza Crow sounds important. I mean, Pizza Crow has its own special meaning. But, you know. Laura Smith says, just popped in, Johnny. How's it going? How's the new tattoos? Going very well, thank you. We've just gussied up my Blood Bowl team ahead of my first league fixtures this week. And now I'm painting some trophies for the very said same league. I'm going to zoom in a bit, maybe. Yeah, there we go. I've not been paying too much attention to the camera. I hope it's been alright. It's mostly just been my hand, hasn't it? I'm sorry. My itchy, itchy, itchy hand. Right, that's the base coat on that bit of stone done. And then I'll layer that up in a minute. Then we'll go ham with some washes. Gaming with Geezer says, Johnny, do you have any desire to fill out your IMDb page with future acting projects? As in, would I like to do some acting in order to further populate my IMDb page? Not really. My days as sort of a jobbing actor are well and truly over. I used to do things like Secret Cinema, which is sort of like immersive theatre in London. I've done like a whole bunch of that. It was immersive bar work, really, but I don't really have time to commit to like acting. I used to really like it. Most of my friends are actors and or performers or theatre makers or etc. etc. But to be honest with you, being on camera and sort of presenting stuff, it kind of scratches the same itch and takes up most of my time. So right. Ow. Don't shake the paints with your right hand. West Coast Weaver says, fill your IMDb page with non-existent movies. It's wild that I even have an IMDb page. I don't know who did that, but it's very interesting nonetheless that I have one. Okay, so I'm going in with, I know I said I wouldn't, but I'm going in with Storm Vermin Fur on the actual Ball. Just need to start blocking this stuff in. Craig Heath has done a super chat saying, "Hi all, thanks for encouragement ahead of first DM session a couple of weeks ago. Had a great time and good feedback from players. First combat tonight. Good luck, Craig. Combat will take longer than you think. It always does. Don't worry. Also, don't be afraid to change it up if you need to. Like, enemies can run away. Not everything has to be a fight to the death if you don't want it to be." So here we go. Painting the skull that's on the ball. I'm just going to... Oh, hello, camera. Sorry if anyone felt really nauseous from that. That's a bit of a better angle, is it? No. Oh, it really isn't. Shit. Oh, shit. Oh, my camera is warm as well. It is a hot day here in London. But hey-ho. Oh, Davy Jones says, "I'm so glad this stream is on. I have a serious case of imposter syndrome right now, and I don't know why, but the stream makes me feel not alone, and that's really nice." Oh, happy to be here, Davy Jones. Sorry that you're not feeling great right now. That sounds rubbish. I hope it passes, and that you realise that, you know, A, you are enough, and B, I think a lot of people feel like they are just making things up as they go along, and that's the secret, is that no one knows what they're doing. But anyway, in the interim, just a little chill out. I'm painting a horrible ball, and I'm having a ball while I'm etc, etc. It's quite nice to be painting something like this. These are really nice sculpts, but they're also quite big and chunky. It's kind of fun to just mess about with them. What is that going to be? Is that metal? Yeah, that'll be metal. It's going to work on... I may have said it before on stream, but sometimes when you're painting a miniature, people say like it's like getting them dressed. If I'm painting a clan rat for example, for the Skaven, I'll do the skin first, then the fur, then the clothes, then the weapons, you know, like the metals. And I'm going to try and do this in the same way. So I'm going to do the stone. I'm going to try and do that to a high standard, then very carefully do the metals around it, and then finally I'll work on this hand, which I think I'll do as flesh, rather than as like an actual, as if the hand itself is part of a trophy. I might change my mind on that, but for the time being, I quite like that idea. Corio Malayam has done another super chat saying, "We had a hilarious combat once where the DM rolled 4 nat ones in a row to ambush us, so it ended up with goblins just falling out of trees." Oh, that is A, adorable, but B, I'm so glad that happened when it was goblins, because if there's any creature in fantasy in general, to be honest, that would fall out of trees at the start of an ambush, it's gobbos, isn't it? Okay, let's do a little bit of this. I was planning on kind of batch painting 3 of these things, but I might actually just focus on 1 today. We'll see how far we get. Revolver Rock says, "Are there Skaven that are naked like mole rats?" I think technically, yes. Oh god, what are they even called? They're not like slave rats, but it's not a dissimilar thing. And then there's the Hell Pit Abomination. That's like a naked mole rat, but a giant one that's made of several of them stitched together, and it's horrible. Team People has done a super chat saying, "I'm uneducated in this space, so legitimate question. Does identity always have to be correlated to sexuality? I normally feel disassociated from my body, so it's confusing for me to identify myself." I mean, first up, I'm just a guy with a paintbrush in his hand. I'm just a non-binary person with a paintbrush in their hand, who's working out some things for themselves about gender and identity and things like that. So I'm not in a position to give you any kind of professional or even quality input on that question. But I would say that no, your identity doesn't have to be correlated to your... I don't know if you meant sexuality or gender then. But no, it doesn't have to be tied intrinsically to either. Like if you feel dissociated from those bits of yourself, or even if you feel like those bits of yourself don't exist, then that is perfectly valid, and you're still like a person. It's a very complicated question, and I'm not even sure I've interpreted it correctly. But off the top of my head, you know, with all the caveats, I'd say no. Like, you be you. You know, they're different spheres, and they all interlock in a unique way in you, as they do in everyone else. So, what's right for you is right for you, basically. I think maybe I did that okay? I don't know, we'll see. CookieCat94 is on super chat saying, did you hear the news? Donald Duck has been hanged. He's now in a state of suspended animation. Thanks, CookieCat94, for that super chat. It was illuminating. Why Donald Duck specifically? How fascinating. I mean, I suppose if there was one you were going to take out. Mickey Mouse and pals. I feel like Donald would... I can't believe we're having this conversation, and God, I hope I don't lose my channel over this, but I really feel like Donald would be the one to go to the gallows most bravely. Like, you'd have like Goofy just being like, oh gosh, even as they're like asking for the last words and reading out his crimes. You'd have Mickey being like, ha ha, I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding, like just basically bullshitting his way out. Oh wow, Will says Pluto every time. Goodness. Donald Duck would go down screaming. He'd be like, I imagine him, you know, kind of being like, you know, the stereotypical like freedom fighters, just like calling everyone an hijo de puta, and, you know, just like crowing about the ultimate victory. And I think I'd respect Donald the most for that. So if you're just joining us, hi, we're painting Blood Bowl trophies and talking about which of the Mickey Mouse gang would die the most noble death. How's your Tuesday going? Oh God, Mancoy has done a super chat saying, in other news, Willie Nelson got hit by a car the other day. Not too surprising though, he was playing on the road again. God. Oh God. Oh no. Oosh. Well, this has been a lot, isn't it? Charlie Stack gets it. Donald is so stubborn, he'd go with his head held high. Like, how we get me, you bastards? I can't do a Donald Duck, it turns out. But yeah, there we go. Anyway, right. Those are the very first sort of base layers on this this thing. All looks a bit flat right now. Done it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this brown, which is a Baneblade brown, here. And I might mix in some Carrick Stone, which is a bit lighter, like that, and just sort of see what we get out of it. Emma Benton says, these streams always go to such interesting places, and I really should stop being shocked when it happens. You and me both, Emma. You and me both. At least when people are like, so what do you do for a living? You don't have to explain this specific kind of... I don't even know what to call it. Nevermore says, hijo de qué? Do you kiss your mother with that mouth, Johnny? I do, because my mother's great. And also, frankly, she's heard worse. My parents were always really chill about swearing. They were like, look, you know when and where to swear, when and where it's acceptable. Basically, don't make us regret letting you swear in the house. And it stuck. I swear like a sailor, but I don't do it inappropriately most of the time. I don't know. Valdis Fox says, Johnny, do you speak any other languages? I studied Spanish when I was at school to AS level, which is like almost until my final year. I got an okay grade. I remember very little of it. I remember even less of my French lessons. In short, no. I speak a tiny, tiny bit of Spanish. Like, I can be useful on holiday. And that's about it. I wish I did speak more, to be honest with you, but it's kind of it's partly time and it's partly having the opportunity to use it. Like, because to be honest with you, I've got Italian roots. It would make sense for me to learn some Italian. It'd be nice to be able to speak it if I went to Italy, but then I'd never use it. And ditto Spanish. Like it's kind of atrophied because I never spoke it. Yeah, I don't yeah. Like if I really got into it, I could learn the language my in-laws speak, to kind of get closer to them, but like that comes with its own challenges, etc., etc. So language, it's difficult. But I remember a lot of random nonsense, like Peep Show and Simpsons quotes. So that's good. I speak those. Sorry, I was completely painting that off camera. There we go. So I've done another little coat on that. It doesn't look great, but we'll tart it up later. In fact, I'm going to do it now. So with that brown that I just used, I'm just going to whack some cream in there, make it a bit lighter, but also kind of a bit warmer. Aidan Folks says, I have German GCSE, but it's pointless because they all speak great English. This is kind of one of the things about being a native English speaker, is that because English is so widely spoken across the world because of, let's face it, colonialism, it makes it difficult to does it make it difficult to learn other languages, or does it make it easy to back out of learning other languages? Because I feel awful if I go to a place and I can't even say please or thank you, or be shown to, or be seen rather, to be making an effort. That makes me feel dreadful. So even though I speak very little French, I will try when I'm in France, or I will use what little Spanish I have left. It's because I hate it when you just walk in like do chaps. It's like, oh, stop. We already have a reputation as just like assholes anyway across the world. Please stop, English people specifically. But then some, a lot of the time I'll go to a country and I'll try and speak, say, Spanish or something, and they'll just reply in flawless English. And it's like, oh, I feel doubly bad. I don't know. God, that really snowballed. That opened up a little can of worms from my brain, didn't it? I'm just randomly pebble dashing this this light and shade on now. Do I know what I'm doing? Not really. Just kind of busking this. It doesn't look great, but then a shade will help. Golden Iceberg says, how many goblins does it take to paint a house? Depends how hard you throw them. Yeah, fair. Might end up dry brushing a lot of this. I've kind of stopped using dry brushing very much as a technique lately, but it is good, isn't it? Let's just face facts. Oh, okay, no, that's, it's got a bit more depth to it. I don't feel dreadful about that. Right, let's crack on with the old grey stone. We'll see how that goes. Dan Keller has said, I bought a jar of jam in Stockholm Airport once and apparently said thank you in Swedish so convincingly that the guy serving me told me the price in Swedish. Get in. Actually, when I went to Italy with my family a couple of years ago now, we went to a restaurant and they were handing out the menus, and they handed English language menus to the rest of my family, and then they looked at me and went like, and we're kind of like, should I give you the Italian one? And then I was like, the English one, please. But I felt good about that I might be Italian passing. I did have my long hair tied back in a ponytail at the time, and I was wearing a nice shirt. So, Right. So, where were we? Storm vermin fur. I remember now. So what I'm going to do with this is actually going to add a little bit of Ghost Grey, which is like Ulthuan Grey, but it comes from Vallejo, so the lid isn't shit. Come on. Okay, here we go. Doodly-doo. Is that too light? No, says I. It'll be fine. We're going to shade it anyway. Shut up and eat your peas. Will says, I can say precisely one thing in Norwegian, and it's, do you speak Spanish? I do not speak Spanish. Well, that's bold, and I respect it. I don't understand it, but I respect it. So I'm just starting out on the little sort of skull face here. You can see around that eye where I've started to add in this lighter shade. I'm actually going to do a fairly comprehensive layer on this, but just avoiding those recessed areas to get a bit of depth on this sucker. I mean, if this becomes like a trophy for best player in the league or something, it doesn't really matter about my paint job because I'm not going to be taking it home. So can kind of half-ass this, if I'm perfectly honest. How long we've been going? 95 minutes. Cool. We'll go a little bit longer and then we'll take a little break, shall we? James with a B says, I have been stuck in meetings all day and am therefore incredibly late. Have some money for being amazing. Thank you very much for the super chat, James with a B. I hope your B as well. Do they have enough sugared water? I'm sorry that you were stuck in meetings all day. That sounds tedious. Even when meetings are great, doing a whole day of them is a lot. Too much, some might say. Layers and layers and layers. Yeah, this is going alright actually. It looks kind of like the sort of cold stone I was hoping for, which is pleasing. Keep layering it up like this. We'll give it a shade. It was quite liberating actually. I was kind of a bit like, what do I paint today? And I decided to do this. Then I was really looking at the trophies and I was like, oh, I'll just have a real good think about stone today. It's quite nice when you've got a hobby to pick a little area of it and just start just thinking about it. Not even necessarily like hyper, you know, like intensively studying it or doing anything necessarily like out of the ordinary with it. Just thinking about it while you're doing it. This is good. You know how like sometimes you'll paint and be like, I'm just going to think about my posture while I do this. Good fun. To be honest, I might even start blocking in the metals here. I think I will, you know. Why not? We'll treat ourselves. Does the bull have a face in it? Yes, it does. There you go. Okay. Alright. Now, what colour are we going to make the metals on this? There's this sort of, like, weird cap on the hand. Which, do we keep... Okay, do we keep... Because this is all quite cold and blue. Do we keep that going with the silver? Or do we contrast with something sort of brassy? Interested to know your thoughts. Thomas M has done a super chat saying, between OXD&D and Blaze in the Dark, do you and Luke ever talk about the crossover Easter eggs, or is the time difference so great as to not matter? We've talked about little bits and pieces. We've not mapped out loads, but we check in with each other every now and then, just because we don't want to step on each other's toes too much. Because obviously, there's a tremendous amount of power in setting a thing 1,000 years after a previous series, where you could just be like, you know, contrast with brass, people are saying. You know, Luke could really stitch me up, just be like, and blah, 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 and just make jokes about how stuff was dumb. Bronze? Yeah, bronze or brass. Okay, alright, let's give this a go. What we got here? Copper? No, it's too red. Terracotta? No. Gold. Old gold. Brass. Yeah, let's go with the brass, shall we? I'm excited to see what happens to that mountain. Exactly, well. Oof. This needs a good shake. Ah, Lucenthius says, finally managed to complete Assassin's Creed 2. Those last few missions are so hard. So happy to have a chill chattering in the background while I get increasingly frustrated with the controls. Good job! I enjoyed Assassin's Creed 2 a lot. Tell you what I thought was a steaming pile of shit. Assassin's Creed 3. Okay, there we go. That'll do. Like I say, I'm not going to win this trophy, so I shouldn't spend too long on it, eh? Oh, that's bright. It's fine, we can shade it. Oh, wow, my hand itches. So much. Some people congratulating Lucenthius on punching the Pope. Fair. Alright, here we go. Ooh, that's bright. That's bright in it. Forgot Vallejo metallics are super bright. But you know what? I do like it. So we're going to keep going. And like I say, we'll shade it and it'll calm right down. Better. Wow, you do get good coverage with these, in fairness. The pigmentation is great. Accidental partridge there. John Nisbet says, well, you won't win it with that attitude. No, John, nor would I win it with a good attitude. I'm just not going to win it. Everyone talking about Assassin's Creed now? I didn't try Valhalla. Just wasn't feeling that pumped for it. I might get around to it sometime. My favourite's still Brotherhood, to be honest. Thought that was wonderful. Rocky 123698745. I feel like I just launched a nuke. Has done a super chat saying, Mike said that you know what Egbert did to need atonement. Do you similarly know anything about Corazon's mother? I do know what Egbert did. Do I know anything about Corazon's mother? I don't think I do, but it's entirely possible that I've been told and have forgotten. Basically, Rocky 123698745. No, I don't think I do. But don't hold me to that. Thank you very much for the super chat and your question. I have to say I'm really impressed with Mike for keeping the whole atonement thing a secret for so very long. It's been really fun to play off it at points as well. This is looking nice. I was a bit worried about this colour. But you know what? That's coming together well. Pleased. Good. Thank you to everyone who said contrast, because I was tempted to go with silver. But that's because I tend to shy away from sort of brighter metals like this. Simon Rag has done a super chat saying, "Odd one for you." Brackets. I'm sick of looking at lines of code and had EG Tavern time sorry. Odd one for you. Brackets. I'm sick of looking at lines of code and had EG Tavern time on today. SMK. Is that Shag Marry Kill? Oxventure presents Blaze in the Dark and Oxventure in Space. Oh, that's tough. Oh my god. Okay. Oxventure protects Blaze in the Dark and Oxventure in Space. Regrettably, I think kill Oxventure in Space because it's great, but it is the it is just much more of an open parody of the Oxventure, just in space, and I love it. But I think I would be, if I was told that we were never doing that again, I wouldn't be as sad as if someone said the same thing about Oxventure or Oxventure Blaze in the Dark. Now, you're basically getting me to say whether I have more fun doing the Oxventure or Oxventure Blaze in the Dark. And I kind of feel like I have to marry Oxventure because it's kind of like, it's more my baby than Blaze in the Dark, but I also have so much fun with Blaze in the Dark and I love doing the character work. This is hard. Can I marry Blaze in the Dark? Can I? Dare I? No, I can't. No. It's so, but you could probably all predict this, but marry Oxventure, shag Oxventure Blaze in the Dark, and kill Oxventure in Space. But it was close on the whole marriage front. Marriage? Marriage. I'm sorry. They just ask the questions and I answer them. I just got a very strange look. Deservedly so. I should probably go sort my marriage out. Stop muttering about it. I know it's weird. We're not even 2 hours in. This stream has had some real twists and turns, hasn't it? Okay. It's a bit untidy, but we can clean that up. Here we go. It's taken a while to get this down, but I do like the way it looks. I think we can really, hopefully, push some cartoonish highlights on this, because you see the highlights on the face, or the ridges and stuff, they're big. Let's get real sort of cartoonish with it. Why not? Why don't we? Why bloody well don't we? But in the interim, I'm going to finish doing this sort of little bit here. Let's finish this ring of spikes. And then I think we've probably earned ourselves a little 10-minute break, haven't we? I could do with going to the toilets and reassuring my wife that I'm not going to have sex with a pen and paper role-playing Let's Play series. And then we can all come back and start this tawdry cavalcade again. Simon Rag is now super chat saying pennies for the divorce proceedings. Thank you so much for the super chat, Simon. What have I got myself into? Honestly. I knew things were going to change when I quit a full-time job and went solo on YouTube and Patreon, but I didn't think they were going to change like this. Not like this. Right. So that's that sort of first ring and a bit of the stitching on the ball. That's how that's looking. Might end up doing the stitching on the ball a little bit differently. But so far, our first trophy is going pretty well. So I reckon we've earned ourselves a little break. Valdis Fox says, is this how you saw your streaming career? Absolutely not, Valdis Fox. Thank you very much for asking. So, like I say, do what you need to do. Do you need to use the toilet? Have you had enough fluids today? Do you need to stretch? Do you have any medication that you need to take? Do you need to go put some cream on a tattoo? Yes. Do you need to get some super glue off your hands? Yes. So, I'll tell you what, we're going to be back at the very top of the hour. So when the big hand is at the very tippy top of the clock, we'll return. So yeah, be good to yourselves, and we'll catch you in just about 10 minutes. See you then. Here's the dog. Hi. Welcome back. Hello, everyone. If you're just joining us, hi. Welcome to youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. We're just doing a bit of the old painting. Currently, I'm just getting my Blood Bowl team, the Barrack Skylad Corsairs, into ship shape by adding these handy little nameplates, which I glued on. I need to shade them and maybe highlight them, but that's where we got to, just letting that glue cure. And then we moved on to painting this here trophy, which is what we are... that's what we're currently working on, just getting the metals down, just getting the base layers down, then we'll start shading it and then layering it up. And for those of you who have wanted to see the new tattoo, it is difficult to show off in one piece, but look, it's a green man. It is very, very, very itchy right now. I hope you had a good break. I had a little something to eat, and I cracked open a beer, because why not? And then let's keep going. Which brush do I need? This brush. There we go. There must be a better way of organising my brushes than having them whoosh on the back of my head, on my ears. But oh, the Nice Witch is in the chat and says, "Oh wow, that's sick. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very pleased with it. It was 5 hours, I think, of tattooing, but it is good fun. Yeah, very pleased." As I said before, the studio is Carbon, which is based in Brighton. It's the private studio of an excellent artist called Harry Robbins, who has done a bunch of my tattoos and is just generally like really lovely, experienced tattoo artist with great ideas and just like a really lovely, chill studio vibe. So can highly recommend. Although... So it's a thing in like tattooing. You know how sometimes you'll tip a barman or whatever. Tips exist in tattoo studios, and you know sometimes people just give them a bit of extra money or whatever, or sometimes they'll give them a little gift, and those can take all sorts of different forms. But I remember one time I had a really long conversation with this artist about sloe gin. I was talking about how I make it with berries from my parents' garden, etc., etc., and I had some. So I took some down the bottle, and I was like, "Oh, thanks for this tattoo. Here's some sloe gin, by the way. It's berries from my parents' garden, yada yada yada." And I was like, "It's not the best I've ever made," but and he went, "Oh yeah, my mum makes this," and I was like, "Oh shit, yes, I remember. I'm competing against, well, not competing against, but like this guy's mum has been making it for years and years and years and years, and then here I come being like, drink this, it's great. It's not going to hold up by comparison, but it's the thought that counts, probably." So that's fine. Although when we tried all of them, I can't remember why. We tried all of them and we gave them tasting notes, and then we named them based on that. Like there was one that was very sweet, but almost tart, and it was a fine balancing act. So we called it Plum on a Tightrope because it also tasted like plum. And there was one we called Lasty because it was the worst one we'd made, the worst batch. And then I don't know why we called it Universal Credit, but the gin that I faithfully put in a little bottle and brought to this artist as a tip was called Universal Credit. So maybe it's not very good. I don't know. Whoops. But I hope they appreciate it anyway. Okay. Just going to keep laying down this bronze colour. Or brass, really, isn't it? I don't love working with metallic paints sometimes. They're kind of fine. I've still never tried non-metallic metals, and I know that I should because I'd probably enjoy it, but it also just seems so time-consuming when I can just grit my teeth and slap down some metallic paints. Hey-oh! The Nice Witch says, "Wow, I didn't realise badly organised and broken could be a flavour for gin. It turns out..." I think I've still got the notes, actually, in my Google Keep. Let me find them. Let's see. keep. Here we go. Why did we call it that? Okay, so I think it's the one that's got a herbal smell with a woody taste of tobacco. And I'm not sure why, to be honest with you, but that's apparently what made us call a gin Universal Credit. There we go. Rocky 123698745. I'm getting better at that. It says, what's non-metallic metal? Non-metallic metal is where you just basically layer up paints to give the illusion of something being metallic without actually using metallic paints, which have sort of flakes in them to make them look metallic and sort of reflect the light. So, for example, if I wanted to paint a sword blade, I'd use a lot of greys and then sort of whites to fake that sense of the sunlight hitting it. It's kind of a more advanced technique than I've wanted to try, but I'm increasingly tempted to do it because the results can be gorgeous and I really enjoy layering paints, so I don't know. So yeah, as Clem says, replicating the look of metal with normal flat colours. That's a better way of putting it, far more succinct. Clem, would you like my job? Send me a message, I'll give you my passwords. You can't have my flat, though I do still live here, so we'll work something out, it'll be fine. It's all a bit messy, but it's only basing, so it's going to be fine. We can always fix it later. It's a bright colour, I'll give it that. Emma Benton says, Johnny, no. All right, fine. Clem, you can't have my job. It's just trying to give my job away, isn't it? It's fine. I'm allowed to do that. Then Clem can do it the minute someone answers a question better than them. You know? Oh, God, my tattoo is really itching. Simply Dave MN says, we don't come here for concise descriptions. Fair. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's being needlessly verbose. Roswell Walton's done a super chat saying, ironically, I just had to apply for Universal Credit and it's easier for me than job seekers as I no longer have to try to be available for work and can finally relax again. It's almost all online. Interesting. I mean, I don't have any experience with the Universal Credit system, but as I understand it, is just a bit of a mishmash and a shit show, but I'm glad that you're able to relax a bit because, I mean, job seekers is... also pretty brutal, sort of, and just judgmental, I think. It's not nice. Keep slapping the paint on. There we go. Gonna have to do more tidying up from this step than I thought I might, but it's looking fun. Can't deny they're fun sculpts. Kind of really want this hand to look like properly like a cartoonish zombie hand. Might go with sort of lurid greens and stuff. I think that'd be really fun. Might treat myself and base those colours in after doing this metal. Shit. So I've got enough stone to fix, but it's nice to have a little treat, isn't it? Okay. There we go. Oh no, simply Dave M. and says, well, I didn't quite mean it to sound like a criticism. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like it either. Cheerful Spider says, needlessly verbose? Is Johnny paid by the word like Dickens? I'm not, but I did do a freelance gig recently where they were like, okay, and you're paid this much per word, and that's how many words it was. I was like, wait, well, what? I forgot that I was being paid by the word, and I'd trimmed it down. Not by loads, but I did myself out of a couple of quid by just tightening up my prose. But all in all, I think it made for a better end result. So fine, whatevs. But yeah. Oh God. Best bit about healing a tattoo is you just start slapping yourself, and everyone looks at you with fear and confusion in their eyes. Great fun. Okay, so there's just one last band that we need to do here in brass. Haha, brass band. And then and then we're going to just have a look at it. I might block in the skin on this hand. Need to decide what colour the sort of cap on the hand ought to be. Then I sort of need to clean up the stone, but I think I'll do that just before we shade. And we'll sort of go from there. Because that's the thing about painting. You can just make it up as you go along. What is this song I'm listening to? It's nice. Mini trees want me to stay. I often find different hobby music, or different music rather, to have on while I'm painting really helps based on what I am painting. Sometimes I have metal when it's something I know really well and I can just blast through the model painting process, but something like this I'd rather something sort of chill and ploddy that I can just sort of vibe along with. Okay, so we've got metal bands here and here. Same colour, different colour. I kind of feel like different colour. Actually feel like maybe silver up here and down there. Let's do that. Some discussion as to whether Emma Benton is more the mum or the fun aunt. Absolutely fun aunt energy, Emma. 100%. Aha. Iron Warriors. Ow, 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 ow. Right. It has really spun me out that I am painting on a Tuesday. I feel like it feels like a Friday. I'm not gonna lie, which is worrying. I mean, I am my own boss, but I do need to get more stuff done this week. But yeah, it's nice to be back. I didn't stream last week because I had a lot on, and then well, it's a lot on. But yeah, it's nice to be sort of back in the saddle in my lovely new chair. I'm going to be back streaming on Thursday as per usual. I haven't decided what to stream yet. Thinking about maybe Pathway. That looks like quite a fun game. I am going to miss a week of streaming at the end of this month because I'm going on a little writing holiday, actually. I'm going to a cottage to just sit and write for 4 nights, so like 5 days, really. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to try and write at least 3 issues of Weird Tales of Adventure in one go, which might do me in, but would be really good fun. So, we'll see. Yeah, I'm pleased to have gone with silver actually on these other bits. It's good news. Kind of felt like this metal should be different to that metal because this is getting introduced like to the little plinth, but still. Craig Heath says, "How are you feeling now post-vaccine, Johnny?" I feel great, thank you. Yeah, my arm doesn't really hurt. Arm doesn't hurt anymore. I had a really good nap yesterday. It was just sleepy. That's all it was. So yeah, roll on dice too. Quite frankly, I got a bit emotional actually in the room. They sort of kept me in for 15 minutes to make sure I didn't have an adverse reaction. I was fine, but I kind of just the whole thing was so slick, and it made me think about how good like medical professionals in this country are, and like both my parents are medics. Like my dad's a doctor, mum's a nurse, and it just made me feel really proud in a way, like proud that it exists. I don't think pride is really. It just made me glad, basically. Got a little bit emotion, but then I thought, oh no, if I start crying, then they might think I'm having a bad reaction. But then maybe I'd get biscuits. I should have cried. Would have given me a penguin or something, although they're not vegan. You know what I mean. Anyway. Right, there we go. So, silver there. That's there. I think logically, yeah, we need to start doing this this weird, gnarly, spooky hand. This is going to be fun. Oh, the Nice Witch says apparently lots of people have cried. It's an emotional thing. Well, that makes me feel a bit better. I can imagine a lot of people having an emotional reaction, to be honest. Yes! Let's get cartoonish with this. Let's get really weird with it. Thomas Brantley. There's no super chat saying probably late to the party, but the hand looks fantastic. Putting the energy out that your second vax dose goes well. Thank you very much. That's very kind. Yes, Warpstone Glow. Let's get it. No. Okay. Here we go. Rose says, slime time. Yes. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Gonna get some Rakarth flesh involved in this later. It's gonna be horrible. Can't wait. Feels appropriate as well because we've got 2 undead teams in our little league. So, feels kind of good. We've got Ogres and Noblars. We've got Skaven. Got Elven Union. Dwarves. Necromantic Horrors. Crypt somethings, I think, as well. And Chaos Beast Lads. Have I missed one? I don't think so. So yeah, it's all looking up. Yep. Hetnikik says, looks like the ooze from Secret of the Ooze. God, it does. That is a specific reference, but a good one. It's been so long since I've seen that film. Oh, balls. I missed some metal in there. I'll have to go back in and do that. Oh, well. Oh, it itches. Oh, it really itches. Okay. Green, green, green. It's a bit sloppy. It's fine. Wait a minute. Will says, important note about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You know it started off as a Daredevil parody? Pardon? I had no idea. Ray says, what happens if you itch a tattoo? You can pull the ink out, basically. So the idea of a tattoo is that a needle pokes ink about 2 millimeters into the skin. So basically just into the second layer of your skin. And for a few days, that obviously means that you got the second layer is got ink in it. It's a bit of a wound. And above that, ink and wound. And then just the open air. And then obviously the first layer sort of closes up and the body starts to form a protective layer around the ink to keep it in there, to stop it from, like doing anything weird. Like in the same way, if you get a splinter, it actually forms a protective barrier around it to keep it separate from the rest of your body. And once that's healed, that's just ink sitting in your skin. And that's how the image fixes. And, it stays, which is why you can get a superficial scratch on your arm and it will heal back up fine because it didn't go far enough to disturb the ink. However, if you have, say, a scab, you can probably see that some of the lines here are kind of raised because there's ink sort of still sitting on top of this because it is effectively forming like a little scab on the top, and this will eventually peel. If I were to get my nail in there and dig some of it up, I risk taking both out, kind of just like pulling a carrot out of the ground, Thomas Brantley says, do you give it the slaps or just deal? Oh, I give it the slaps. A ham bone like crazy. Just like... But yeah. But yeah, tattooing. It's kind of fascinating. If you're into that sort of thing. Really pleased with how that green is going on. Let's keep going with that. Jaybird says, it looks like Soylent Green from the film Soylent Green. I'm pleased it's getting so many references across. You know what we don't actually have? Oh no, we do have a Black Orcs team in the league. Oh, that's good. I very nearly played Orcs instead of Dwarves, but then, in fact, I was planning to, and I just wanted to do the kit bash as a fun experiment, and then I ended up loving it so much that was like, I've got to do the Dwarves, got to play them. Ray says, oh, thank you, that sounds fascinating, but also very distressing if you accidentally scratch it. I mean, it's not guaranteed to pull it up, it's just that you may affect the healing process. Like, scratching it is guaranteed to mess up a tattoo, but sometimes you'll accidentally catch a tattoo or something like that, or, it'll, you'll bash it, or it'll catch in some clothing, and you'll dislodge something a bit. Dislodge a scab before it's really time, but it doesn't always mess it up. But yeah, if it gets pulled out, you get what's called dropout, where the ink's just dropped out. There you go. Okay. Sorry, I've been terrible at painting off camera today. Bit rusty at the old streaming. Alright, that's coming on okay. Still got that, some bits of metal to do, like the bit I missed in here. Oh, my hand itches so much. Oh, don't fall off the table while I slap myself. Ah. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I'm going to touch up the metal later. So I'm going to work on the rope on the hands here, and then I'm going to go back on the hand and do the lighter green to layer it up a bit more. And that'll be fine. Will says, Johnny Chiodini, bad at clapping. Thanks so much, Will. Let's see. Rope colour, eh? Nope. There you are. Thought I'd lost this colour. There we go. Beastly brown. Cracking. Where was that the other day? I was really looking for it. Turns out it was exactly where I left it. I should really maybe consider going down a brush size. And yet here we are. Just cracking on. God, these prints are really fun, actually, these trophies. They're just sort of big, bold, obvious bits. It's really fun to pick out with a brush. I think that's the thing that really tipped for me as a hobbyist, as a painter, was when seeing detail didn't make me go, oh God, I hope I get that bit right. It was like, oh, I can't wait to give that a bash. Like, I can't wait to have because these bits of rope, they've got these lovely big sort of chunky coils, and it's just really fun to just follow them with a brush. Looking forward to that kind of stuff rather than feeling a vague sense of unease was a real tipping point, because it made it easier to go back to painting every time, but I basically wasn't scared of it. Because I think it's fear of being rubbish at hobbies and being disappointed in myself that's put me off so many of them in the past. Come on. Doing it again. Okay, that's the rope coming together. Yeah, big fan of this. Okay, I knew I was going to have fun with these trophies, but I didn't realise that I could get this cartoonish with them. Yeah. Having a nice time. Good. Now, next to the rope, there's actually some sort of a bit of cloth, like a hand wrap, so I'm not entirely sure what colour to do that yet. Maybe a blue. And these sort of finger wraps, I'm just going to do them in the same brown, because sod it, why not? Oh, thank you for saying kind things about the painting in the chat. It's nice when things go nice. Lee. Go well, I mean. Especially with base painting. So much of it can look so ugly from, you know, the start until you're very nearly done with the model. But I think these are just so silly that it's impossible not to have fun. I love as Rose suggests purple for the hand wrap. I do go for purple a lot, but I'm just wary of doing it against green because it just looks, especially on skin, it just looks so incredible Hulk-like. And it just bothers me. Oops. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That was bad. I'll fix it later. Ta-da. Green and purple is a good combination, says Will. Yeah, that's true. Maybe red to get that complementary colour, says Ronnie. Let's do it, Ronnie. Red it is. Jenny Scott says, you should call this Lockwood because it has brass bands, and that's my brass band, lol. Lockwood, eh? Lockwood the Skull Trophy. Let's get a red going on this. Donk. Aww, West Coast Weaver said, in case you wanted to know, my boss saw your stream up on my computer and said some people are just crazy talented. Oh, that's really lovely. Thanks, West Coast Weaver's boss, and West Coast Weaver for letting me know. Thankfully, I have many shortcomings to make up for it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yep. That works really well. Thanks, Ronnie. I'll show you in a second. I mean, if it didn't look Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles before, it certainly does now. Oh well. Bit untidy there, but sod it. Oh, my hand is so itchy. The heat is not helping. Can you hear the fan that's on in this room, by the way? Just curious. West Coast Weaver says, Donatello gave his hand for that trophy. Dang right. Fenris Aconite says, is that the new tattoo? Yes, it is. Hello. It is a tattoo of my friend Paul Flannery's face. It isn't, but it does look quite a lot like him. It's quite funny. It's a green man of an English folk figure. You can hear the fan a little bit. Okay. That's fine. I mean, it's that or I keel over from overheating, so, you know, thanks for bearing with me on that one. Right. Gonna do the fingernails now on this thing. Gonna give it a little manicure. I think I'm gonna go in, straight in with, come on, focus. This thing, heavy warm grey or Rakarth flesh if you're going with the Citadel tone, because I just think it would, it's kind of got purple in there. I think it will look nice. And then we're going to go back in with another colour on that skin. Should be fun. Michael Albert says, today I learned Flannery was named after a real person. Oh, Paul, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I wanted to call him Flannery, and I didn't realise how weird Flannery as an NPC was going to be until the recording started, and I was like, well, it's happened now. So that's how Flannery happened. There we go. That's that. What's that there? Bit more water in there, I see. And another nail. And another nail. Okay, so I'm not talking quite so much. I kind of feel like the second half of these streams, I always get a bit quieter. Because we've covered the big news of the day. We've had a big old chat. And then actually, that said, did anyone catch Warhammer Skulls on Thursday when I was getting tattooed? I had to catch up with it afterwards, obviously. But some of those trailers looked nice. I very much want to play Darktide, which is basically the 40k version of Vermintide. Quite looking forward to that coming out. Barry has done a super chat of a pear wearing a sports band, holding its little pear body and going, ha, 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 ha. There we go. Will is chanting, Chaos Gate, Chaos Gate. Which one's that? I forget. Oh my god. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, it's Barry Bumble Crumpets. Thank you very much for the super sticker, Barry Bumble Crumpets, who just followed up with, I did it again, all in caps. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. You're fine, Barry. I owe you a $5. I enjoyed describing the pair anyway. Clem says, bought Necromunda Hired Gun. Yeah, I've been kind of tempted by Necromunda Hired Gun. Is it good? Please tell me what you think, Clem, because I could do with a sort of bubblegum shooter. Ow, 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 ow. I've been playing through Space Marine. They're like 2000, I want to say 11, game voiced by Mark Strong as an Ultramarine, who's like best mate Ultramarine, also voices Vesemir in The Witcher 3, which is really weird. He's just like, "Good, you've got to get the things. Go get them." It's great fun, but I'm kind of up for a more modern version of that. So I'm thinking about getting Necromunda. Will says, Chaos Gate is the one where you're Grey Knight and doing in a bunch of demons, and in that doing in a bunch of demons and that in tactical grid-based wombat. Brackets, not a typo. Interesting. Now I'm just mixing some moot green in with the warpstone glow to make a lighter green, which we will judiciously apply to this model. From the number of shouts of Space Marine, I think a bunch of you have played Space Marine in the past. It's really good fun. Michael Albert says, a friend's review of Necromunda. If Doom 2016, old Doom, Necromunda, Star Wars Dark Forces is janky, less polished, but has great style. Interesting. I might give it a blast. Why not? It was a little bit of a typo, but also wombats. Thank you, Will, for the the update on Chaos Gate. I would do like a stream of Space Marine, or even Hired Gun if I was really enjoying it. But I am wary of just absolutely flooding everyone with Warhammer stuff on this channel, because one of my 2 streams a week is it's tabletop, it's hobbying, but it's pretty Warhammer centric, and I realise that's not for everyone. So I don't want to be like, hey everyone, don't worry, it's Thursday, so no Warhammer here, except, and then whack out a bunch more Warhammer. So today I installed Horizon Zero Dawn on my computer because I can confirm that is the game. Hello, look at this, it's coming together, isn't it? That is the game I'm doing for Preston Chiodini Season 2, now that we've finished Control. So if you're just watching them as they go public on YouTube, you've got, in a month's time, you'll finish watching Control, and then Horizon Zero Dawn will begin. How long is it going to take to play through that game? I don't know, but we're going to find out, and I think we're going to have fun doing it. It was close. The vote was like, it got 20 more votes, I think, than one of the Dishonored games. So we'll see what we get in Season 3. Here we go. Right, there's that green coming together. Barry Bumblecrumpet says, I fucked up a message that Google didn't let me post for boring admin reasons. Intriguing. Okay. Is there something I can read out in its stead? BBC? Barry Bumblecrumpets? With your excellent username that I cherish and adore. Oh, I'm having fun with this skin. Turns out painting big, lurid, cartoonish things is really fun. So that's how the hand's coming out. We haven't even shaded this prick. Really pleased with this. It was a bit daunting to know I've got 5 more trophies to do after this, but if they're as much fun as this one, then I do not mind in the slightest. Okay, so we've got a bit of metal to do. And we could do with tidying up some of this stone. But apart from that, we're sort of getting on towards shading this little mamma jamma. Eventual Genius says, what about Cooking with Chiodini? When will that go live on YouTube? Excited to see Kitchen Johnny, lol. So, Cooking with Chiodini comes out every 2 months. So that means that when I put out the next one on Patreon, the first episode will go live on YouTube. So not this month, next month. So the exact date is TBD, because it sort of depends. It's just easier for me to keep tabs and everything if when I'm putting something new up, I put the old one live. But yeah, we'll see. Roswell Walton says, it sucks Horizon Zero Dawn is console exclusive. I can't afford a PlayStation for Horizon Zero Dawn alone. It's no longer an exclusive, Roswell Walton. I'm playing it on PC. So, fill your boots. So there you go. Right. Metal. Definitely a bit more metal. And then we'll just tidy up that stone. And then we'll be away. Good, good, good. Might move to a smaller brush. Oh, I'm really glad Roswell Walton now knows about Horizon Zero Dawn being available on the personal computer. We can compare notes about how we find it, Roswell. Ow. Again, I'm going to mess up your username. I'm so sorry, but Anne Calafega? It says, okay, but is it a game that will fry my PC? I don't know. Maybe. I'm really not sure. I haven't tried it yet. Literally installed it today. So I'm curious as to that question as well, because you know what? My computer did not like aspects of Control. especially when loading. That game specifically, it was just like, no, I don't like this. I'm going to stutter. I'm going to overload during coding on OBS. It was a whole big thing. And I think it was just that one game because I don't really have problems with others. But I'm going to run some tests before doing Horizon Zero Dawn, and I hope it doesn't go sideways. Guess we'll find out. If you get a grovelling apology from me and there's no episode of Press Any Chiodini this Saturday, you'll know what went wrong. But, yeah. I would have tested it yesterday, but like I say, I was mostly having a nap. Although I got some good work done on Weird Tales of Adventure. So that's good. Clem says, Hired Gun is kind of Borderlands meets Doom Eternal, but the UI isn't that great, though. I'm going to give it a go, I think. I'm up for something. I'm up for a good 6 or 7 out of 10, you know? I'll lower my expectations, but just have fun sort of going and bimbling around the world of Necromunda. That was one of the nice things about Space Marine, actually, is playing it, being like, oh, I know what all of this is now. I know what an AdMech Forge world is. Fun! It kind of enhanced it for me, especially when they were talking about, you know, like the Warforged and how it takes 300 people or so to get them up and running, so they're not a tactical option. And then Vesemir's all like, "Oh, Witcher," and you're like, "No, Space Marine," and all that kind of stuff, you know. Hashtag just Ultramarine things. Live, laugh, love. Okay, that's that bit of gold. Or brass done. Were there really no other bits I missed? Well, bully for me. Okay. Right, where are the stone bits I need to tidy? Ooh, I need to tidy that bit. Barry Bumble Crumpets. Oh, has done a super chat saying, don't worry about the stuff, just keep doing what you're doing. Barry, you're a treasure. Will says, honestly, like, can you imagine a Warhammer game just being outright good? That'd be wild. I remember actually playing Space Marine in preview and being like, this is fine. But now, with the distance from it, I'm like, this is great fun. But oh my god, it was a 7 out of 10 at the time, wasn't it? 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10, 6 or 7, 6.5. Don't know. Morley says, loved Control, loved side missions and lore tabs. Seen it first time when Jane played it on Outside Xbox. Let's just say Johnny and Jane have totally different play styles. Yeah, I can imagine. That tax. Chaos. I love you so much. Space Marine was so good it almost made Ultramarines interesting. Saying Ultramarines are your favourite Space Marines is like saying your favourite book is a ream of printer paper. Also, that X-Wing statue, incredible. Just incredible. Yeah, there is that. Nick Jeffrey has done Super Chat saying, my username is boring, but it is at least accurate. Very true, Nick. Well, hang on a minute. That makes it sound like I'm agreeing with you saying it's boring. I wasn't. It is accurate, is what I'm saying. Good one, Johnny. I think you saved that. Idiot. Oh yeah, how are we doing this? Storm Vermin Fur and the blue one. Yeah, funny thing, when the Indomitus box of 40k launched, I got sent it a Dicebreaker for review. And so I was like, all right, I'll have a game and, you know, see if it's good, you know, see what it's like. I was like, I don't have the 40k knowledge or experience to review this as like a release in the series, you know, with a view to be like, oh, it's a bit different to this. But I can say what it's like for onboarding people. And I was like, oh, but I should really paint these up. So I managed it. I painted the whole box in about 12 hours. I mean, I just half-assed it with the Necrons. I spray painted them silver and shaded them. But I remember going on online to like my favourite hobby club group and being like, how do you homebrew your own chapters? I'm starting to think about this and this and this, and they gave me lots of good advice. And I was picking out a color scheme, and I was like, okay, I think I got it. I painted them all up. And honestly, I didn't notice until the end, but I put my brush down. I went, I've done Ultramarines. They're just Ultramarines. state. I was like, I picked a specific blue, and I was like, oh, and if I do the parchment sword like this, that'll look cool. And I was kind of making it up as I went along, but I also had a really cool core idea that I can't remember now. And then suddenly, bang, I've done Ultramarines. It's just, whoops. Hey ho. I had to go back in the end to that post and be like, thanks everyone. I really took your advice on board, and then I really fucked it. It was quite funny. But I was never going to play them anyway. Right, is that all the... Ah, there we go. I was going to say, I remember messing up more of the stone than this. It's between those brass bands. Got to run the... That was the wrong camera. Got to run the brush in between those. I'm starting to lose it a little bit, aren't I? I'm just gibbering. Okay, there we go. It's coming together. I'm really pleased with how this is coming together, actually. Hee hee hee. Cool, I've got a bit of stone to tidy up down there, and then let's shade it. For 14 says, what are Ultramarines? If you just imagine the most obvious space marine, you know, you picture a space marine, they're just like, they wear big blue armor and they love the Emperor and blah 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 blah. That's an Ultramarine. William Black says, I snoozed off. Since when is Johnny painting a giant ball? Been at it for a while now. This is a trophy for the Blood Bowl League I'm a part of, so technically it's still on topic. We do still have all of the cheery fellows here. In fact, what we'll do, I'm going to clean up the stone here, and then we're going to need to shade the metal bits and the skin on this trophy. But then I want to do the stone differently. So I'm going to shade the skin and the rope and the metals, then let it dry. While that's happening, we'll go back to our dwarf nameplates and shade those. It's got a little assembly line going. Stop the presses, however. Fenris Aconite has done a super chat say, it's my 30th birthday today, and for the first time in ages, it's finally okay to actually... Wait, it's finally okay to go to a restaurant with people. What do you usually do for birthdays? Firstly, Fenris Aconite, happy birthday. Secondly, I hope you are actually going to a restaurant with people, and I hope you have a lovely time. And I hope you're eating your favourite cuisine, and that they bring you a free dessert, and that they sing you happy birthday if you want it, but they don't if you don't want it, because they're cool like that, and they feel the vibes in the room. What do I normally do for my birthday? I normally try and ignore it. I don't really like having the attention sort of on me on my birthday. So I tend to just not say anything to anyone about it. So I'll go for a meal with like my family near the time. But apart from that, I just like, my only goal is like, oh, I'll have something nice for dinner, and then that's it, really. I've done birthday parties in the past. Like I said earlier on this stream, like I used to do, like, we'll go to the park and play Cube with a bunch of cans. But that was more just a good excuse to get people to play an esoteric lawn game with me. So... yeah. God, it's nice the swelling's gone down on my hand. It was enormous. Enormous on Thursday and Friday. There we go. Mrs. G says 30 is a wonderful age. Honest. You know what? I'm inclined to agree. When I hit 30, I was like, oh God, I'm not a 20-something anymore. And sometimes I do feel weird about that, because I think, where did my 20s go? They seem to go fast. But I'm really enjoying being in my 30s. It's like really chilled. I feel like I know who I am a bit more. Like I've stopped worrying so much about things. Like the fact that this is an unflattering angle for me. It doesn't matter, I need some shades. Not that one. Not that one. No. No. Not that one. Maybe. No. Where the fuck? Why is it always the Agrax Earth shade? It's because you use it more than any other shade, Johnny. Yes, I know, but... where have I put it? I got it. Here's a question for those of you with opinions. The skin here. Agrax Earthshade, I've got Beeltan Green, but I always find that is just like completely the nuclear option. Even when watered down, this is too much. So I'm thinking about just Agraxing it. I think I will. Agrax on the hand and the metals. I didn't fix that stone. What am I doing? But yeah, get your opinions in on the old shade front. Druki Violet, but Beeltan on the nails. Druki, says Will, even typing in caps. Alright, Will. Yeah, okay, I got Druki. You want Druki? Baby, I'll give you Druki. But Ronnie says, I love Beeltan Green, it's so cartoony. Beeltan on the nails. Fine, we'll start with that. Oh yeah. Honestly, had to look at my brush then to work out what I was meant to be doing. Here we go. Getting there. Keep calm and reload says, and I can only assume that this is the correct intonation to give it. Get a drooky with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Get a drooky with it. Okay, right. Gonna start off with Beeltan Green. The nice witch suggests a little French manicure. Mate, I'm not very good at freehanding though. Ronnie says, how about putting little flowers on the nails like nail polish? I don't have any artistic sensibilities beyond just daubing the paint on the bits that are already there. Ooh. Okay, yeah, Beeltan on the nails. That's kind of fun. I'm feeling it. Who's feeling it? Who's feeling it? Listen here, Margot. It's my show. I'll play what I want. There you go, that's that. Now to slap a bunch of Agrax on this mother. Druki, that was it. Bloody hell. There it is. All right. Just to remind you of the before on the hand, and then... Ooh. You colour theory motherfuckers. Look at this. After. So, not shaded, shaded. I like it. I'm sorry I called you colour theory motherfuckers. Nice Switch says, can't believe you're literally painting this miniature with such skill and you go and say you have no artistic sensibilities. Okay, let me explain myself. I meant like in terms of like freehanding and stuff and like drawing and things. Like, this is the only artistic thing I've ever been good at. So my confidence with other artistic... Okay, I'm a good photographer. Apart from those two things, my artistic confidence is super, super low. And unfortunately that manifests as an intense desire to deflect. Ta-da! Can we get colour theory motherfuckers on a t-shirt? Never say never. I mean, I'm going to have to make t-shirts at some point, aren't I? And sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit isn't really my phrase, so. HC Bird says, be nice to yourself, Johnny. Make me. No, I will, I'm sorry. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. That's not nearly enough shade. Oh, I didn't mean to start a stampede of compliments from people saying writing takes artistic ability and you're good at that. I meant, like, I'm good with words. I just meant paints and pencils and that. Bad at that bit. Can we spray Johnny with water every time he's mean to himself? Thanks. No. I'd constantly be so clean. Might as well go to sleep in a swimming pool, because I am one for those 3 a.m. bad memory parties. We're like, remember when you said this? Like, yes, I was 7. Yeah, but you said it, though. Right. Ben O'Don says, Johnny, my girlfriend thanks you for inspiring me to cut off my long hair. You're welcome, Ben O'Don's girlfriend. Okay. Okay. Good. Just got to get some of this shade on the brass. And then, the reason I've held off on shading the stone, or I will hold off until all of that's dry, actually, is that I want to stipple it on. And I want to use browns, I want to use greens to make an uneven sort of effect. Which should, with any luck, look nice. And to be honest with you, it was pointed out to me by Ollie in the Discord. So. Oh, I can't wait to go back in on that skin already once that shade is dry and start brightening it up again. It's going to look nice. Fun. We've got a whole hour left of this stream. It's gone quick so far, actually, I have to say. Okay, I said I was going to stipple the shade on. There's one exception on the stone. I'm going to just hit the eyes of this skull quite hard. Do it now, actually. Okay. Just to add that extra bit of depth, because you want, and the nose. You want the eyes and the nose to really stand out. Fun fact, Dante referred to this as the Omo, O-M-O, because you got the eye, you got the other eye, and you got the little M of the nose where it's just the sinus cavities. I found that out at university. And I'm not gonna lie, it was the moment in my life where I felt cleverest, and it will never ever be topped. When we were reading a text, reading some Dante, and we just read this line, and the lecturer said, "Now, when Dante refers to the Omo, does anyone know what that is? Anyone have any ideas?" And I just went, "Is it a skull?" And he went, "Yes." And the room, no joke, went, "Ooh!" That was just like incredible. I've never felt as cool as I did in that moment in time when I guessed something and was correct. Hetnik has done a super chat saying, "What are you using for the shading? My miniature painting knowledge is lacking." So I'm using a shade. That sounds like a sarcastic and unhelpful answer, but give me a second to dry this brush, put this down, and I'll show you. Basically, miniature manufacturers like Citadel make pots of shade. Shade is basically extremely thinned down paint. So it just forms this very watery wash that they're sometimes called washes, that basically runs over the model, colours it gently, but also it collects in the sort of the dips, the sort of recessed areas. So you imagine, you know, the hollows of a skull or the folds of a cape. And the idea there is, as soon as I change camera, I want to change back. You can see I've just put that in the skull there. It sort of adds contrast by deepening the shadows of the miniature. You can also see it kind of on the hand here, where it's collected in the knuckles. And it's just a really easy way of adding depth to the model and contrast. People call it liquid talent because it really does make things look a lot better all of a sudden. So there we go. Penelope Brandybuck has done a super chat saying, been too depressed to consume media for the most part, but wanted to stop in and congratulate you on your pronoun announcement. Well wishes. Thank you very much, Penelope Brandybuck. I really appreciate that. It was a whole big thing to discover about myself, but everyone's been super supportive. Thank you very much for your support as well, and I hope you feel better soon. It's not good when depression takes anything away from you, any of your interests or anything, but when it takes away the ability to sort of consume media when that can be such a useful distraction, that really sucks. So lots of love. Hope you get better soon. And thank you again for the kind words and the well wishes. Lots of love. Now, we're going to leave that statue to dry a bit. So we're going to dig out Seraphim Sepia. The shade's so nice, I bought it twice. I did actually buy it twice. I don't know why. I think I forgot I owned it. But when we go back to our the Sky Lads, here's Gennaro Gattuso. You see there's a slight yellowish tinge to the armour. That's because I kind of did a wash of Seraphim Sepia to kind of make it yellowish, and then I sort of picked out the details again with cream. So just to add some detail, I'm literally just going to run a brush with some of this shade on the inside of the plaque so the letters stand out a bit better. So you've got runner, and now you've got runner, but very yellow. A bit bolder. I'm going to shade all of that actually so it looks uniform. Because these don't have to be perfect. I just want the lettering to stand out. So there you go. Runner! I might end up neatening that up, but there we go. That's Gennaro Gattuso. He lives down there. And I'm just going to do that basically with all those. Oh shit. Almost dropped Gattuso. There's a blocker lineman. Crystal Ann McHaffey says, I love Seraphim. Oh, hey, Crystal, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to a very daft painting stream. It is a really good shade, in fairness. Of the first few times I used it, I didn't really know what to do or, how to get the best results out of it. And I'm still a little nervous when I put it on. Like Agrax Earth Shade, Reichland Flesh Shade, no, I'll slap them on models until the cows come home and say, why are you adding so many shades? That's your 50th coat. But with Seraphim Sepia, I do find that, like, if I'm not careful with it, it can overpower things. But UMD UMD says, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. Like a lineman. Need some more shade on that brush. Crystal says, I've been in and out for a while. I use it for teeth glazing on squigs mainly. Oh, I can see that, actually. I've seen your squigs and they're fantastic. But B, I can see how sort of, layering that up would look really good on squig teeth. I should get back into glazing, really. I got really excited about it, and then I think I just got a bit frustrated that it was taking me so long versus the sort of the results I was getting. But it is really fun. I think I realised I was trying to glaze absolutely everything on my models, and what I should have done was just glaze the bits I wanted, like skin, and just busked the rest of it. But Okay, here we go. Oh, my hand. Oh, it itches. There we go. Block alignment. Crystal says I only glaze teeth because I'm way too impatient. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. Crystal streams over on Twitch, I believe. Although off the top of my head, I can't remember your URL. Feel free to drop it in the chat, Crystal. And I think I'll just be able to confirm it because it holds links rather than deletes them for approval or not. So if not, I'll just try and find it. For an Free Brand New Buck, there's another super chat saying can't respond to everyone individually, and then a heart emoji. I'll try to hop back into the Discord soon. P.S. Johnny, are you happy being referred to as an NB? I believe so. I'm still again working bits of this whole thing out. So sort of, to a large extent, I feel like maybe genderqueer is a better term, or a term that I'm more comfortable with personally. I'm still trying to find the vocab for it, basically, because obviously I'm, not that MB people owe anyone androgyny, but I'm still cis passing, You can tell from the fact I'm having to stop and think about it that I don't all the way know right now, Penelope. Like, it wasn't a term I applied to myself, and then I sort of came out on social media, and lots of people, immediately said it and used it about me, and I was like, oh, maybe I can claim this label then. Maybe I do. Maybe I can, use it. Like, I don't know. I think a lot of it is just that classic thing of that worry that you're not queer enough to be part of the community. Like, people have said, oh, what are you going to do for Pride this year? And I'm like, well, probably nothing. Because I don't feel like it's my play. I haven't struggled for this, Not that struggle has to be a part of queerness, but as you can see, I'm taking some little teeny tiny baby steps into this whole endeavour. So, yeah, we will see. Will puts it well. Says, I'd rather be an NB than referred to as a they them. Yeah, very true. Uh-oh, where's that one go? There we go, there's a Troll Slayer. Oi! Oi, 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 oi. Sorry, give me one sec. Found it. Right. For those of you, if you want to watch somebody paint a lot of squigs, that's Crystal's Twitch URL. Chuck them a follow. They're good people. Oh no, I've glued my Troll Slayer down. Aiden Folk says, when you were recruiting for Dicebreaker, did you consciously set out to recruit such a diverse joke? Fucking hell. Oh, that's a Freudian slip. When you were recruiting for Dicebreaker, did you consciously set out to recruit such a diverse group? Is that a joke? Is that sarcasm? I genuinely can't tell, because it felt pretty... I mean, we were very much aware at the time. We were a very white-dominated team, to be honest with you. So, No, I didn't set out to do that, but yeah. But that's why I slipped and said the word joke. Oh no, Crystal says I forgot I had my OBS set up and the alerts from follows just terrified me. Thank you all. Sorry, Crystal. I wasn't trying to disparage Dicebreaker at all then by the by, because I very much was. I was as the first person who started working on the project, I was very much there throughout the hiring process, but I didn't feel that I succeeded in getting a really diverse group together. I still think they do fantastic work, and I think things have like Liv being hired as a much better replacement than someone who looks exactly like me. But yeah, tying myself in knots over this, aren't I? Is it Oh, Aiden says it wasn't sarcastic. I guess I didn't think about the whiteness. Well, I mean, I was. If we're talking about other elements of background, then yeah, I was delighted by the people. Because like in terms of liking board games, everyone was very different. In terms of personalities, everyone was very different. But I felt like they meshed well. All that kind of thing. It's just that the optics were pretty homogenous, which is a problem across a whole bunch of industries. So yeah. Okay, I have now shaded all of these little nameplates. That is what they look like right now. I will almost certainly go back in and go over the raised areas on these with cream to pare this back a bit. Burrito has done a super chat saying, I apologise if this is a laborious or intrusive question, but in your reflection of gender/identity, have there been writers or texts you have found to be illuminating or guiding companions? You know what? I didn't actually do much reading around it when I was sort of reflecting on it. I did a lot of talking to a couple of my friends who are non-binary, and I think I've said before, my friend's phenomenal podcast, it's called Pocket Full of Why. There's a really great episode called Queer Enough, NB in My 20s, about my friend Hannah's journey to discovering that they were non-binary and sort of coming out and sort of what it was like to go through that process as somebody in their late 20s. And that, A, put a lot of things into perspective for me, and B, gave me a lot of the confidence to actually say to them, like, hey, I think I might want to start using they, them pronouns. And then they helped me filter through a lot of the thoughts I was having at that time. And that was really great. So Pocket Full of Why, it's a phenomenal podcast. It really is. It covers all sorts of topics, but that was really useful for me. And then, I'll be honest with you, a lot of it sort of helped that I came out around the time of Pride Month, because now I'm seeing so many posts getting just organically shared into my timeline, either on Twitter or Instagram stories or what have you, that are articulating things that I hadn't had to even really think about until a couple of months ago. And it's just helping me feel very seen and stuff like that. So I wouldn't say that I've specifically found any literature or capital T texts, but there's been plenty of stuff that's really resonated with me. So Roswell Walton has done a super chat saying that going to a Pride event is terrifying even when it's happened before. Go to smaller events if you want to meet people who are easier to get along with when you aren't used to that kind of event. I stick with my local Pride. Thank you, Roswell. That's really good to know. I kind of I think it's going to be a while before I feel like I can take a place at Pride. And that's not to say I feel excluded. It's just to say that I'm still working things out, and also like, yeah, I'm just still working things out really. So I don't really feel like it's my time yet. But I will absolutely bear that in mind. Corio Malayam has done a super chat saying, does aromantic count in LGBTQ+? I identify as that, but I always feel uncertain since it's not sexuality or gender-based. It makes me feel like a faker. As far as I'm aware, yes. Again, I'm still developing the vocab for this, and I imagine there will be other people in the chat who can speak with more authority than me on this, but I absolutely feel like it falls under that umbrella, like 100%. Yeah, there we go. There's some other people who are doing a better job than me of talking about this. Chaos says, I feel like still working things out is going to be on my tombstone. That makes it sound like you're trying to escape the grave, Chaos, and I am here for it. Right, let's check back in with this little doodad. Come on, autofocus. Is autofocus helping? Before I've had manual focus, and I feel like this pings around a lot more, but also it's kind of a bit quicker than me going, where's the focal point, or doing it manually. So we'll see. Here's how we're looking. I'm actually really pleased with how this is coming out. We're going to stipple on the stone. We're going to go in with some, not Seraphim Sepia, Agrax Earthshade. And actually, we're going to bring in the old nuclear option, the old Biltan Green. And we're just going to stipple these on in places. Just to kind of give it that sort of uneven. We'll start with the Agrax. The uneven sort of stone patina that actual stone gets, especially when it's fashioned into a large spiky ball and smashed into a plinth by a disembodied orc hand. You know, that sort of thing. So I'm actually just dabbing a finger at it now, but you can see I'm kind of just trying to work it in, just in odd places. We'll do the same thing on both stones. I do like how much of painting is just stippling or slapping things on. So you kind of look at the finished the finished item, I guess. And it really is so easy to trick yourself into thinking absolutely everything was applied perfectly first time. And that people just have this well of knowledge and talent to which you'll never have access. And then increasingly you look at people who are like award-winning painters, and they're like, I slap it on and wipe it off with a finger, and it works, you know? Oh, Veronica Matchuk has done a super chat saying, for making me cry happy tears by making this community feel like the accepting family I wish I had, heart emojis. These kinds of conversations make my heart swell. Thank you so much, Ronnie, for A, the super chat, but also being a part of it. You're, like, one of, like, the most notable people in the community, I think. Like, you're always such a lovely, calm and cool and considered presence, and like it's been a real pleasure to get to know you. So there. The Nice Witch says, I got a dip for the evening. You're all wonderful. Have a good night. Take it easy, The Nice Witch. I will catch you soon, I have no doubt. Thank you for genuinely thank you for stopping in. Oh, Simon Rag has written Skelly Fam with a little heart emoji. It really does my heart good actually to see just how nice everyone is. Oh, I'm not sure about getting this green in here actually. It is the nuclear option, isn't it? Oh, no, I like it. Shut up, Johnny. It's fine. We stipple it on, we wipe it off. It's almost mossy. It's good. There we go. That's how that's looking. I do a cheeky little dry brush even. Let's treat ourselves. Will says, hey now, I am good, but I ain't nice. Joke's on you, Will. Yes, you are. You're both of those things. Okay, let's get the old dry brush out. Oh. Right. Pale sand, here we go. Everyone's saying very nice things in the chat. To me and one another, and I am enjoying it. Good job, all of you. Why is he painting his thumb? I'll tell you. Just rigged up a dry brush by getting some paint on the bristles and then wiping it off on some tissue. And the important thing is to not put too much on. So you can use your thumb, focus on my thumb, to make sure that it avoids the recessed areas but hits the higher bits. Because now, see with this stone here, have a look at this as it is now, and then I'm just going to very gently start hitting those. There we go. There it is. There it is. That's not that gentle, actually. Hit those raised areas and sort of make them stand out a bit more. It's not a technique I use very often. It's not a technique I particularly enjoy anymore. And I don't feel like I always get good results with it. But stone, it's just good. It's good for stone, isn't it? It's good on skulls. It's good on skulls. It's good on skulls. That'll do. That'll do on that bit. Then we got that skull face really standing out. Do I like it as much as before the highlight? No, I don't. Am I going to wipe some of it off? Yes, I am. Will it do anyway? Yes, it will. That looks enough like stone. There we go. Right. We're going to go back to this green because it looks nice, but that shade has kind of dulled it down a little bit. So I kind of want to go back in with a brighter green and just build some of it up. Not as much, but some of it. Just got to wipe this up. Fuck's sake. There we go. Right, dry brush clean. Leave that to dry there. Whew. Okay. Is that... Where's my brush? Which one is it? That one, yes. Is this too dry? We can get away with that. Let's put some water in that. Okay, so we're just going back in with the same blend of the dark and the light green. And you can see again, see sort of the areas where it's lighter because the shade hasn't caught, etc., etc. We're going to go back in and paint some of those back up to sort of the previous brightness, just to make the skin stand out again. So there we go. Right, I've just done the first finger. And it's not super obvious. Well, it kind of shows through. It's going to start picking some of it back out, just to bring it back up to, just give it a bit of vibrance back. Okay. There we go, done the other fingers. So basically we're getting all the benefit of having that vibrant... Right, so this is shaded but not layered, and that's shaded and layered. you get the benefit of the shade in the recessed areas, but you also get the sort of the vibrance from the original paint colours coming through. Excuse me. And then again in there. Ta-da! This is actually really coming on. I'm really pleased. Where do we go from here? You know what? It's kind of a lazy step, but with that brass, I don't really feel the need to do anything else to it. Like, it's bold, which is what I want. It's got contrast to it because we shaded it. I'm perfectly happy with that. What I would like to work on, stop focusing on my beard, is this cuff. So you see how the shade's collected there in sort of the runes almost? Want to kind of get in there with a brighter silver. Brighten that up a bit. Will says give it a little silver wink. The brass, yeah, that's a good shout actually. I'm going in with silver anyway, so we'll end up doing that. But first, I really need to clean this brush because I got paint up my ferrule again. Shit. I've not treated this brush very well. Has anyone tried the new Games Workshop synthetic brushes, by the way? Apparently they're reviewing quite well. I haven't tried them. Viking Fish, yes, this is a new hand tattoo. Thank you so much for noticing. Okay, let's get some silver on the go. Vallejo for those. Okay, so we've got gunmetal, which is kind of like lead belcher, classic sort of silver. And we've got some actual silver, which is really going to stand out. So let's get going. Yeah, that's fine. I was wondering if we need to shade the cuff again, but I think we'll be alright. Yeah, I'll be alright. Oh, I can't wait to send a picture of this to the WhatsApp group for the league. Words are hard. Ah, Grumble74 says these painting streams always brighten my week. Thank you very much. Oh, Viking Fish, you want to see a bit more of the tattoo? Yeah. It is this. It's a green man. It sort of wraps around like that. And like that. And currently it's very itchy, but I love it. See you later, Zithris. Zizthris. I hope you feel better soon. Sorry you're not feeling great. Rudy Gerber says, surely the WhatsApp group for the league is watching you paint. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, no. They have things to be doing. Not that you don't, but you know what I mean. I actually really don't push my friends to watch my stuff because of, you know, the mortifying ordeal of being known. That whole big thing. Whenever people I was watching your stuff the other day, I'm like, oh god, oh no way. And it's not false modesty, it genuinely makes me go like, oh fuck. Because obviously, me on camera like this is a slightly inflated version of my personality. I'm not 100% like this all the time. This is, you know, it's me being me, but it's me being a version of me. And it makes me feel weird that people can see sort of where me ends and sort of the altered version of me begins. Like, I get it a lot when I'm playing board games with friends and I start to explain a game. They always like have a giggle. They're like, "You slipped into it. You slipped into board game explaining journalist mode." And it's like, "Oh yeah, I guess I have." And I don't notice it. That's the weird thing. So going in with this, hopefully you can see the contrast now between the 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 dips and the raised bits, but we're just going to try and heighten that contrast. So we're actually going to make this quite bright, going to strip back a lot of the shades to kind of balance it, but then we're going to hit it with a really bright silver. Because I like the idea that the ball and the plinth is a bit muted, but the hand is sort of more almost cartoonish. Oh, got lazy on that bit, didn't you? There we go, that's how that's looking. I'm very pleased with this, actually. I'm going to brighten up these nails a bit, actually. Maybe I will give them white tips. La Voche says, is there a good starting point to try out wargaming? I enjoy painting minis so far, brackets nearing the end of my first little set, and would like to try it maybe. Also, can you play solo if I find nobody? So, there are some games that are very cheap to buy into. Like Frostgrave or Stargrave. Basically, you just buy the rulebook, which is like about £20, maybe a little bit less for Frostgrave. And you can use whatever miniatures you want. It gives you all the rules you need to play. I would say miniatures agnostic games like Frostgrave are absolutely the best way to get started. Because sometimes, especially with the painting and the assembly and the learning the rules and stuff, it can be dozens of hours before you play your first game of, say, Age of Sigmar or something. And then if you find you don't like it, like, oh, shit, that was a big layout. Yeah, I would say stuff like Frostgrave or Stargrave, where you can just use whatever models you want. Oh, Blue Deck says there is a cool solo play version of Frostgrave called Rangers of Shadow Deep. There you go. And if you do find you like it, there are other games with like single player scenarios in them, like I almost said Curse City, but good luck. The Elder Scrolls Call to Arms game that has single player scenarios you can play with, or there's sort of there are Games Workshop ones like Blackstone Fortress. The original Noodle says, sorry I have to go, but thank you. Reese says hi. Take it easy, the original Noodle. But yeah, basically, long story short, don't feel like you have to go full bore into like massive wargaming. Oh, I'm bloody fucking Turnip 28. That's bloody great as well. Although that's not solo, so. Fist of Fury says, I've been meaning to look into solo tabletop stuff. Thanks. You're very welcome. That reminds me, today I got a pristine copy of Arkham... which one's the card game? Arkham Horror? The card game. For £5. Because someone played it and didn't like it. It is pristine, and they put it on a local group, and I said, yes, I will have that, please. And now it is mine. Okay. Ugh, the skull on this is horrible. It's like a child's skull. See here, it's got no fucking teeth. But I'm just trying to pick out tiny bits with the silver. Where's the silver gone? There it is. There we go. Ruby says, have you tried Dungeon Mayhem? I haven't tried Dungeon Mayhem. I've tried Medieval Mayhem, which is a pinball table, which is absolutely incredible. To be honest with you, I would love to own one, but I do not think I would... I don't think taking up that much space would be looked upon kindly. When, to be honest with you, my wife's already very understanding about the storage for board games and whatnot. Maybe one day. I'll rent a lock-up somewhere on the other side of London so I can just occasionally go play Medieval Madness on a pinball machine. Jordan Scott says, has anyone tried out Mice and Mystics? It's one I've been looking into checking out, but I don't know if I want to pull the trigger. I liked it. I did not love it. I played it 2 or 3 times, and I said, that'll do. And I lent it to a friend. I gave it to a friend who played it 2 or 3 times and said, that'll do, and gave it to someone else. Some say it's still being given out to this day. It's fine. It's fine. It's just not great. It's one of those. It's like, I should really explain what one of those means. It's just one of those games where it's like, okay, you've got your own you've got your own little character board, and you've got your heart tokens, and here are your abilities, etc., etc. Like, I'm not explaining this very well, but yeah, it's good, but it's not great, to be honest with you. I think if you were interested in Mice and Mystics, maybe look at like Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion, which is a much smaller form factor, much more accessible version of Gloomhaven. There are plenty of dungeon crawlers out there, basically. So, yeah, there we go. You know when you listen to a song endlessly for like a month, and then you forget it even exists? I just had that coming into my head. I've got Marina Teen Idol in my headphones right now, and wow, when I discovered that song, I listened to it. I think I must have listened to it a dozen times in one day at one point. I listened to it a lot. And then I completely forgot about it. So I was like, I know this song. I used to listen to it all the time. It's like, yeah, you did 2 months ago. Strange. Ooh. Kind of trying to bring back some of that Rakarth flesh. It doesn't look great. Might just stop fucking around with that. Yeah, that'll do. Viking Fish says, I was like that with Machine Head's cover of Hallowed Be Thy Name. Heard recently and was like, this is good. Interesting, because Hallowed Be Thy Name is one of my favourite Iron Maiden songs out there. And I don't know if I would like a cover. I'll stick it. I'll queue it up. Luke Emphius says, do you still remember the words of Mental Health is Less Grim if you pretend it's boats? Oh, do I? I don't know, because I literally recorded that in like... It took me about an hour of just trying it and trying it and trying it. I don't know. I could try, but I think there we go. Hallowed be thy name. Add to queue. I don't know. I just don't know. Right. I am gonna call this little statue done. So that's 1 of 6 trophies. I should probably varnish this. But yeah, I'm absolutely chuffed with how that's come out. How long have we got? We got 12 minutes. No, more than that. 17 minutes left on this stream. Ooh, I was about to crack my knuckles, but no. What have I got? I've got more of these trophies. 5 more of these trophies. I don't think I'm going to start one now, because I think if I start one now, I'm going to run out of steam very quickly, and then I'm going to stop the stream. So what I am going to do is just very simply crack out the pale sand and see, I've done it again. I've restarted that Marina song in my head. I fear I'm going to get obsessed with it again. I'm just going to go back in and highlight the letters on these nameplates just to make sure they look nice. Oh, you know what I should be doing is I should be numbering these. Oh, that's a terrifying thought, isn't it? Trying to put the numbers on the backs of their bases so I know who they are in the old... I've got to do it sometime. I'm going to get a smaller brush. Freehanding numbers. Absolutely terrifying. Viking Fish says, what are you using for tattoo itch relief? Slap in. But also I'm using some Neutrogena Deep Moisture. Fast absorbing comfort balm. It's just moisturizer. Not affiliated, although Neutrogena, if you want to bung me some money, just let me know. Smaller brush, that's right. Jordan Scott says, new tattoo, did I miss this? I'll say you did. There you go. Ta-da. I don't normally show them off that many times when people ask, but it is on my hand, so... Steady. Not going to use that one, I'm going to use this one. Okay. Mancoy says, have you ever thought about tattoos on the inside of every arm? Yes. My arms are completely covered. There is nothing. Nothing. No space left. All of it done. All of it gone. I'm afraid. Right. Yes, pale sand. I remember what I'm doing. Vaguely. Okay, gonna freehand these numbers on. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Okay. Christ, here we go. Buster Strife is on Super Chat saying, hi Johnny, just noticed the tattoo on your right hand. It's beautiful, by the way. Thank you. How long did it take and how painful? It was 5 hours, and I've had worse. Around my elbow was the worst I've ever had. Although that was partly to do with the fact it was like a 6 or 7 hour session and it was brutal. But yeah, it was alright actually. The worst bit was this stuff along the side of my palm. That hurt a lot. I should have done it like Roman numerals. No, I shouldn't. Shut up. Okay. Hulgrim Steel Toe. I do have transfers for these, but I'm afraid of... I've never actually done the transfer thing, so I'm a bit scared. So I'll just not. Two. Here's Big Groins Hamilton. G-R-O-Y-E-N-S. Wait, G-O-R-Y-N-E-S. Three. Here's Henry James Crunkleditz. All right, Machine Head, let's see what you got. All right. Four. I feel like I'm planting seedlings. Get in there. That went alarmingly well. At 5. Right, when I'm halfway through doing this 6, I'll be halfway through doing these. 6. Okay. C'est bon. Sit. Gotta say, I'm very sorry, but I'm not loving the machine head cover of Hallowed Be Thy Name. Just because I think it's so hard to improve on the original. And for me, it does not. Emma Benton says, that went alarmingly well. Title of my autobiography. Love it. Bit wonky, but there's the 8. Nine. Ten. Starts to get really weird toward the end of the stream, just not saying anything apart from the occasional number. Good, good, good. Emma says, my life is just a series of sometimes happy accidents separated by snacks. You know what, Emma? There are worse ways to live. $11. All right, that's all of the numbers done. So now we can just get straight back into it. I'll tell you what, I'll put that down. Start at number 1 again. Just gonna go back over this lettering because you can probably see, focus, it's sort of a lot yellower than the actual armour, and I'd like the letters to look a little bit nicer. I might switch brushes back actually. Fuck it. Counting with Chiodini, Countodini. This has become a mindfulness counting stream. One linebacker, Two linebackers, says Michael Bertelsen. Half the chat is talking about numbers, half of them is talking about snacks. I'm into it, it's good. Okay. Block alignment. Just went over the letters. I think that's how I'll do it. Sort of do it with the side of the brush. It's exciting. Can't wait to possibly lose my first game. Block alignment. Block alignment. Six minutes left. Can I get all this done in that time? Maybe. Sorry. Come on. You know what? I don't know what you're all planning to do with the rest of your day or your evening or however long left you have before you go to bed, but I cannot wait to leave this room and see what the temperature is like in other rooms in this flat, because my suspicion is the temperature is a lot lower. Just a hunch. Okay. Wow, Racer, speaking of numbers, apparently I've done 60,000 words of writing this year. Neat, I should have checked that sooner. That is impressive. That is far more than me. Ugh. It's too much paint. It's too much paint. Stop it. Or keep going, I guess. There we go. Just the right amount of paint. Did I even paint this bit? Yes, I did. You cooking in there? Says HC Bird. I'm cooking up some nicely painted trophies for my friends. And there's a computer that's on, I guess. Troll Slayer. Oh, I already did do that one. Here's Bookshelf Jones. Everyone's favourite new block alignment. All right. 3 minutes left on the stream, so I'll start doing the outro sort of blurb now. Thank you all so much for joining. There are still 249 of you watching, and I truly appreciate each and every one of you giving up your time to watch me just mutter about dwarves and numbers. If you weren't already aware, you can support my work directly on patreon.com/Johnny Chiodini. If you look at the top of my channel, there should be a little button that allows you to press the button and go directly to the Patreon, so you can have a look. There's lots of goodies in there. What else have you got coming up this week, Johnny? That's a great question, Johnny. On Thursday, I'm going to be streaming 4 hours of video games. Probably going to be playing Pathway or maybe something a little bit different. Who really knows? On Saturday, there's the next episode of Press Any Chiodini. Currently doing a playthrough of Control, the wonderful, excellent Remedy game. Well, it depends. If you are a patron at the Explorer tier or above, you'll get your first episode of the second season of Press Any Chiodini, which is going to be Horizon Zero Dawn. However, if you are just waiting for them all to go live on YouTube, which is a perfectly valid way of supporting me, then you're going to be getting the 7th episode of the Control Let's Play. So enjoy that, and then I'll be back on Monday with more painting. So that's the way the money goes, pop goes the weasel, I guess, is what I'm really trying to say. If you aren't already subscribed, do consider subscribing, because it genuinely does help, because people look at the subs and go, oh, look, subs. Drop a like. Just generally be excellent to yourself and each other. Thank you again so much for watching, and I'll catch you very soon. So, yeah, have a good morning, afternoon, evening, or nights, depending on where you are in the world. Take care of yourself, and, yeah, that's about it, really. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.